Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Monday morning and the second hearing of this committee's inquiry into artificial intelligence in New South Wales. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I'm the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence and making a submission. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. I'll start with you, Professor Bridgman.
Good morning, everyone. Adam Bridgman, Pro-Vice Chancellor Education and Innovation at the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Liu?
Thank you for having me here. My name is Professor Danny Liu. I'm a Professor of Educational Technologies at the University of Sydney. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Flown?
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Flom, could I just get you to state your name and title too, please?
Certainly. Amber Flom, Deputy President, New South Wales Teachers Federation.
Thank you very much. Do any or all of you have an introductory statement to make? No?
I certainly do.
All right, we'll start with you, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I also would like to begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the land, and of course our very first teachers on our homelands. I pay my respects to elders past and present and extend that respect to Aboriginal peoples who may be present with us today. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to contribute today to the inquiry, to appear as a witness, and of course for taking the time to read our submission. AI undoubtedly presents opportunities for public schools and other education settings in New South Wales and society more broadly. However, there is an urgent need to face the risks and challenges of AI to ensure it is implemented in a safe, informed and equitable manner which respects the rights of students, teachers and parents. AI is likely to have far-reaching implications for the economy, democracy and society at large. Focusing on the impacts of AI on public education as the underpinning of our democracy, prosperity and a harmonious and fair society is really central to the evidence that I'll give today. Getting AI wrong could well be disastrous for public schooling. The Federation wholeheartedly agrees with this committee's media statement made on the 28th of June, which is the failure to plan and to regulate is simply not an option. It's essential that AI, including generative AI in New South Wales public education settings, is implemented in genuinely responsible and ethical ways that demonstrably benefit our students, teachers, schools and society. Teaching and learning is inherently an intellectual, human and social practice. Teachers are innovative, adaptive and future-focused professionals, guided by their students' learning needs and their sense of dignity and pride in their work. They nurture the inherently social, human and professional relationships they share with their colleagues and students, including the exchange of knowledge. It's an imperative that humans, especially workers, direct the use of AI and always remain in control. Machines cannot think for humans. And for teachers, their professional judgment and independence must continue to drive all stages of the teaching and learning cycle. AI must be recognised for what it is, a tool to be used in accordance with a teacher's professional judgment for the purposes of enhancing educational outcomes. The professional judgment of teachers, their qualifications, their training, their expertise, their skills and their experience ensures that they are able to address these matters as they arise in their classrooms, that they are able to address through curriculum, professional standards, policies and the legislative frameworks in which we operate. This is the core. Teachers, however, will require significant support to enhance the enabling conditions within the public education system. This goes to the matters of the current context in schools, continuing teacher shortages, underfunding, high levels of burnout, and attraction and retention rates which are still unacceptable, and an unsustainable workload which is volatile to changes in demands on the profession. Professional support and development for teachers in the area of AI will also remain critical to its successful use. There is also substantial evidence of AI's potential to cause social harm and to contribute to engineered inequality in educational context, as demonstrated through numerous examples of minority groups being systemically disadvantaged when AI models amplified discriminations baked into their training data. It would be prudent for the New South Wales Government to keep in mind the findings of the important UNESCO report released last year addressing technology in education. They said, there was little robust research to demonstrate digital technology inherently added value to education. UNESCO said it is in its 2023 Global Education Monitor report. Much of the evidence was funded by private education companies trying to sell digital learning products. Their growing influence on education policy around the world was a cause for concern. I'm nearly finished. Fully qualified teachers as experts must therefore retain decision-making power over questions of pedagogy and andragogy, curriculum implementation, teaching strategies and resources, assessment and reporting, and analysis of student learning data and outcomes. They must retain scope to use their professional judgment, specialist expertise, and knowledge of students and how they learn to determine if, when, and how digital technologies are used. They must be able to determine that they are fit for purpose and are truly benefiting our students. Today, I proudly represent over 60,000 public education teachers across New South Wales. These are the workers that our communities across New South Wales rightly rely upon to secure the educational and wellbeing outcomes for our children. Our young people, we must do everything to ensure that our students have futures which are happy, fulfilling, and contribute to the economic prosperity and social cohesion of our society. We are proud of our public education system in New South Wales and its inclusive nature to meet the complex and diverse needs of our communities. Within that frame, Teachers Federation members will do as they have always done, put the learning and needs of their students first, and the adoption of AI in our public schools will see no diversion from this well-known path of commitment and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rome. We'll now turn to about 35 minutes of questions and answers. I'll begin with questions No,
Oh, sorry.
no. Some questions from the government members?
So I was curious to hear the perspective maybe of each of the three witnesses, but maybe starting with Ms. Floam about the challenges that artificial intelligence poses to student assessment, and maybe starting with what's going on now. Are students using AI to cheat? What exactly is happening out there? And maybe a bit of a projection into the future in terms of challenges posed.
Great, thank you. Look, in terms of the number of students that are using AI for assessment, you know, the Teachers Federation doesn't hold that data, but what we do know anecdotally is particularly our secondary students are using AI and generative AI mainly. In the area of assessment, as you know, ChatGPT is banned in public schools, so the monitoring of that is not possible, although I am aware now that the Department of Education has an EduChat app currently being piloted across 16 public schools for Term 1 and 2 to look exactly at that data and how students might use them. The greatest concern from the profession in relation to their students and assessment is really around data and privacy security, making sure that teachers feel confident that the data that is being collected is safe and that the privacy and what we call the appropriate guardrails are in place to make sure none of that data is leaked to other sources. Unfortunately, we saw during the COVID pandemic when the profession flipped to learning from home, the use of those really big edu businesses, Google, etc., and how that data was used, student data that is, way beyond educational opportunities and sold on. So that is a legitimate concern around data and assessment.
Thanks, Ms. Floam.
Professor Liu, do you have a response?
I think the research coming out of various places around the world are indicating that the propensity for students to use AI to cheat is probably not as bad as we thought it was going to be. At the University of Sydney, our approach to assessment and AI is to acknowledge that students will have access to it, even if we tell them they can't use it. And so the approach we're taking is we've basically said, in order to satisfy our requirements of confirming that our graduates know what they know, we need to have in the program some areas of highly secure assessment. But for most other assessments, we need to have the ability to help our students actually engage with AI in a productive and meaningful way. And so we have this, what we call a two-lane approach to assessment, which is saying that, yes, in a program, we'll need some highly secure assessment. Might be sit-down exams, there might be oral examinations where we know it's the student. And then for the most part, though, we want to have assessments which are authentically engaging students with AI, saying that these are the tools out there. We know you're going to use them anyway, even if we say don't use it. And so we want to help you as an institution be able to engage with these in a smart way.
Yeah.
And so we're encouraging our staff to kind of think about both kinds of assessment, not just the lane 2 assessment, because then you won't know students know what they know, and not just the lane 1, because that'll be very boring for students. And so we want to encourage those two approaches.
Thanks, Professor.
Professor Bridgman, do you have a contribution?
We're obviously both from the University of Sydney, so it's a similar sort of answer. I would add that our accrediting body, TEXA, has asked us by June to have a plan, and it will take us, I think, 2 or 3 years to get there, because we have 750,000 assignment assessment essays submitted every year. I mean, they're all very doable by ChatGPT, so we need to sort that out. We do have a lot of sit-down exams, which was partly a response to COVID, the outcomes of COVID, but we don't want to stay there, because having just exams it doesn't really prepare students for the future world.
Yeah.
Could I ask a follow-up? So a lot of the talk about, I guess, countering some of the negatives, particularly in tertiary education space, it sort of seems to hinge on pedagogical innovation by academics. Academics are extremely busy people with business pressures on them to get students through. What kinds of supports are we seeing or not seeing for academics to be skilled up? Because I see the list of potential examples you gave of how AI could be used in a good way. What is going on, or what needs to be going on with academics to allow them to be able to be, I guess, the first line of defence that we're talking about?
I think the first bit is actually exposing them to the possibilities of what the technology can already do. And so we've spent probably most of 2023 doing that, just showing them that their assessments are completable by the technology. It is a 2 or 3 year process of professional development. We've got to get the tools into the hands of the educators. That's a money challenge. And we've got to give them time. I think that's the thing that our educators say they don't have, is time. We're lucky enough that we can have some grants to take people out of some of their roles, some of their teaching roles often, and require them or give them a hand in working through their assessments. But it will take us 2 or 3 years.
It's a
sorry.
to add to that, is that okay?
Yeah.
So I think it's a great question about true pedagogical innovation around AI. A lot of talk around AI for teachers in all sectors has been around efficiency gains in administration, but I think it's really important to think about how it can actually benefit pedagogy. So what we're trying to do here in advance of the vendors coming to say, we're going to sell you this tool that can do X, to take Amber's point about, we've got all these tech companies saying this is how you should use AI. At Sydney University, we're trying to experiment with different ways of using AI to put the control of AI into the hands of the teachers so that they can actually steer how these AIs can be used. And so one of the approaches is to get teachers to build what we call AI agents, and that way they can build these agents which they can deploy to their students in their classrooms. They have full control over how these agents operate, and because they have full control, they can say, I want this agent to be a role play agent for my students. I want this agent to give my students feedback before they submit. And because the teachers can control the narrative of how AI is used, we feel this helps them both upskill, but also feel in control before the vendors can come in and say, this is how you should use AI.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up in relation to the same area, but does AI present an opportunity, particularly in relation to assessment, to shift away from those traditional models of assessment, where it's a simple test or an exam, into something new, something that perhaps provides a better outcome for teachers in terms of their workload, but also prioritises students' progress and their well-being?
Absolutely. I mean, I think ideally our assessments in 2 or 3 years will be authentic to the new world, the changed world. So that it will be what we refer to as our Lane 2 assessments. It's the assessment where AI, the co-pilot, is there naturally, just as it would be in the workplace. We have we have a huge number of essays. I mean, academic essays are the bread and butter of many of our faculties. We have to move away from that because that's just not a skill it's a skill that's changed. It's not that I wouldn't say it's irrelevant anymore, but the skill of researching information and collating that information and critically analysing that information, the balance there in what the student needs to do is just changed. It's fundamentally changed, and so we need to make sure our assessments are doing that. We have a lot of MCQs, a lot of multiple choice questions. Pointless almost in a plugin can complete them for the student. So we have to move away from that and value the human things, the things that the humans will carry on doing, the critical thinking, which is what we say we do, but often our assessments don't reflect that.
And just on the assessment, I guess the difference in the schooling sector vis-a-vis the higher ed is, of course, we're dealing with much younger people, children, in fact, and young adults. And so the agency is quite different in a schooling setting. If a teacher uses a particular tool and instructs students to use it, they'll use it. Whereas when you're dealing with adults, there is a much greater agency. There is therefore a much greater responsibility on school teachers to actually understand what AI is, how to use it effectively, and ensuring all of those privacy and data and equity measures are met before they launch in. In relation to, for example, the HSC, to go to your assessment point, obviously NESA, the Standards Authority, has to have much more robust policy and procedures to be able to address those assessment, concerns that all sectors have had. For public school teachers, we can't talk across 2,200 schools as one group. Some of our communities have very high use of AI by the students in certain parts of New South Wales. Others have not only no use of AI, they actually don't have the digital technology or the connectivity. So in the public school system is quite distinct. You have to address those variables to ensure we don't entrench disadvantage across the system, and that is a significant concern for the teaching profession. Ironically, the Federation is engaged in a research project with the University of Sydney on exactly these things. I was telling my colleagues about that earlier, and that has already shown a few thousand teachers have engaged in that research around the National Framework for Schools, which was delivered in December last year for implementation at the start of Term 1. And obviously I'm thrilled to hear that it would take the university sector 3 years, because for the public school system there will need to be similar supports for teachers before then. But what the initial research has shown is that teachers are particularly concerned about losing their agency as professionals, and basically having machines try to replicate what we see as a very intellectual and human endeavour, that is teaching. So that is a significant concern. There is another concern around the system's ability to provide teachers with adequate professional development and the time to do that, on top of already unsustainable workloads, and also within the department expertise in AI. I'd feel very confident, given my experience working across a number of universities in New South Wales and researchers in AI, there is extraordinary expertise in a whole range of areas. That is not something that is replicated to date. And that's what teachers are looking for: system support, professional development, addressing workload, and of course ensuring those matters of equity are addressed in the first instance.
Thank you. I've just got one last question, which are, what are the risks for educational AI models that are developed by private enterprise? I think in your submission you talk about the dangers of EdTech, but I'd like to just hear quickly from all the witnesses about what those risks are and what, if anything, the government should be doing to regulate against those risks in the future.
Oh, sure. Look, from the Teachers Federation and the public school teachers' perspective, we have, up until recently, that is the change of government, quite a devolved system of education, which actually meant that providers of AI could, knock on the principal's door and sell their wares. We must change that. We have to have really robust frameworks that ensure that can no longer occur. The government must have full accountability and responsibility for which programs, and that will be challenging.
So in effect, almost anything could make its way into a school, whether it was conscious of protecting privacy or not.
Correct. So the Federation has long put that to the Department of Education, and they've been most receptive, and government to that they have a central responsibility to check apps, have a quality assurance process that leaves the profession feeling safe for themselves, but actually for their students and parent communities as well, in terms of data privacy and also those equity measures. Unfortunately, we have seen some really unfortunate experiences overseas that have done exactly the sorts of things that we would hate to see in public schooling. For example, around facial recognition, and predicators of scores in assessment that have entrenched the sort of inequalities that we already see. We must deal with all of those things first, and we believe that is the government's responsibility to ensure those policy frameworks are there well and truly before we roll out any of those sorts of apps. I will say that we are currently engaged with Sydney University, the Teachers Federation, and UTS, looking at exactly those things. Equity frameworks for public schools to ensure that should you be a private provider, that you will have to adhere to those equity frameworks before you can put any product to the government, we would argue.
Everything Amber said, I think, was perfect. I love those focuses on equity, security, and beneficence. I think those are exactly the things that higher education need to take as well forward.
Yeah, I think one of the dangers at the moment is there's new technologies are coming out, and it's more and more specialised technologies coming out, and so it's just explosion, and we're not going to get it's not going to level off. That those changes aren't going to level off for a while. We don't know when. And so there's a tool for every discipline. There's a tool for every thing that one might do in a profession. All the professions will have their own ways of doing it, and so just the breadth of what we're dealing with here is difficult. I think. I mean, we're here representing education, but we should acknowledge that that people have already put research data into these and lost that research data. That data that was protected, commercial data or sensitive research data. It's something that's really quite easy for people to make mistakes or not realise what they're doing. PhD students trying to get some help with rewriting a paragraph suddenly entered the medical data that they've collected into the system. So some protections around that. When things are offered for free on the web, they're not free.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Rath or Ms. Munro, do you have some questions?
Thank you so much for coming and for your submissions. I'm curious about how, obviously we've got this national framework for schools now, but relatively recent. How have individual teachers or schools been monitoring or reporting into your organisation about how they're using AI? Are you getting a snapshot of the use of that technology statewide?
Sure, you're talking about the national framework into schooling?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was only agreed in December last year.
Yes.
What we know from the research that we've partnered with Sydney around is that teachers are unaware of that framework. So it's a very high-level framework. It's actually not practically usable in a classroom every day. So if you're asking how have teachers responded to that framework, the answer would be they haven't.
Okay.
Because that framework was a governance piece for the state, for example, of New South Wales. Translating that now into something that is usable for teachers and leaders and school systems is the work that is now before us.
And do you think that teachers, it sounds like teachers have been mindful to an extent of that of the principles that are discussed in the framework when they adopt that technology in their own classrooms. But do you have an idea of just how many schools and teachers are using AI at the moment across New South Wales?
Look, certainly I don't have figures on that, but what I would say for such a broad and large profession, I think you'll find there's a really varied approach. So some people would not be using it at all, would not be aware that they have AI in other systems, for example, in their lives, and there are others who are probably using it every day. The concern remains, however, that they don't know what they're using with their students, and that is really critical. Not that they're not, they don't understand how they need to protect the students and the data, etc. And so that's why having those guardrails and frameworks in place before they do that. Teachers use multitude of resources to meet very diverse student needs. And one of the things we haven't discussed is the really positive impacts of AI. We certainly know that many of our teachers, for example, of students with disability, are using great technology in AI to assist the teaching and learning. But those guardrails are critical to protect everyone.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's a top-down approach? Like, does a principal have the responsibility of implementing the principles, or is there a specific staff member in a school that would be responsible for technology education, in a sense?
I think that would send chills through the teaching profession, the thought that one teacher would be responsible in a school for AI, or for that matter, technology. No, we believe it's a systems responsibility to resource the sector. You know, you have to understand, of course, that we are significantly underfunded comparative to other sectors. We do not have the resources to buy a AI expert. That's just not a possibility in the public public situation currently. So it is actually the system, the Department of Education, and that will have to start with professional development for teachers to understand what it is, how to use it effectively, and they will need time to do that. I think I said in my opening, anything that adds to what I would describe as a pretty volatile situation in terms of the workload of teachers currently would be a disaster, and that would actually be far more far-reaching than just AI, I'm afraid.
So it's about getting the balance right. There are obviously lots of time-saving measures that AI can embed into a system, and being able to utilise that effectively so that teachers can spend more time teaching effectively rather than having to do things that maybe can be automated. But I guess what you're saying with that systems approach, if I'm right, is that every teacher goes through a professional development course. Is that right? Is that the goal?
Certainly, we would want to see professional development rolled out by the Department of Education during staff development days, which are exactly for that purpose. That may give teachers an opportunity to start having discussions and actually learning from their colleagues who are already using it, more experienced. That's how those things develop, and that, I believe, that is on the cards moving forward. But that's just the start. You actually have to have the digital access, and that is a major issue for the government to overcome. Some kids already have access to apps, and yes, you're right, they're not free. Other students do not have access, or their parents do not have access. They don't have mobile phones. So you have to ensure that the equity of engagement and distribution is met in the first instance, because otherwise you just the impact is on those who are already experiencing intersectional disadvantage, and we will not have that as a profession.
Understand. To perhaps all of you, I'm curious about the I guess there's a difference between using AI for like specific kind of curriculum-based outcomes, and then I understand there are some mental health apps and programs, for example, that are being rolled out in some schools to try to track the welfare and well-being of students, and that's not necessarily specifically associated with the curriculum, but it's still a tool that can be utilised to ideally assist students in their learning and their development. Is there any comment about that side of AI and technology use that's sort of like extracurricular?
We've certainly, we get a lot of vendors approaching us with such tools, and we've had a look at some of them.
Yep.
I think it's an area where it has to be especially careful when, because they're often trained, as I think Amber said earlier on, they're trained in a different continent, data from a different continent. And so one would have to be really careful, and we've got guardrails about making sure that these things are tested. It's very difficult to test them thoroughly. If you're going to give it agency to interact with a student who's got a mental health issue, for example, you'd really want to be very sure that the answers that we're giving were not going to be counterproductive. But there are a lot of people coming forward with tools. We have not adopted any, I think, yet, but we've certainly been looking at it. As a tool on the side of a person, I think it's a good thing, but let alone with a student, I don't think we're quite ready to do that yet.
Can I just ask a question on that, Professor? You said that that there's a use for every sort of purpose. Really, there's a use for every across the spectrum, and how much of it is being driven by vendors? And are any of those vendors in, say, your university, like in-house, in terms of other faculties in the university saying, hey, we've got an app for you? Like, is it just the private sector, or is it actually, the research element of the universities themselves that are putting things on the table?
It's both of those things. It's definitely people in universities getting excited, and people at the university have been looking at these things for 20 years. I mean, people have been publishing in this area for 20 years, and so there is an explosion of people using them, training their own agents, and as well as vendors from all the way from obviously Microsoft and Google, have a lot of money behind them, to startups coming forward with one of the mental health ones that I was thinking about was actually, I suspect it was 4 people in a bedroom in New York. It didn't look a very impressive outfit. So there's the whole range of people out there. It's an explosion of technologies.
So how robust are your procurement guardrails, and how have they been developed? Are they done as on an organisational basis, or are there guidelines that you develop yourself because of the niche area, or is it guided by the institution as a whole?
So it's in development. We have pretty robust, I would say very robust procurement processes for large pieces of technology. AI, of course, is the dangers of the additional dangers, the additional power. We are developing additional ways of making sure that we're testing what we can and doing background checks. For smaller technologies, and certainly for the free technologies that somebody might come across on their browser, it's much more difficult for us to control individual use. Danny, anything to add to that?
I think one of the troubles right now is that because a lot of AI companies are going out there directly to teachers, teachers are able to try these freemium tools for free for a few months and then use it with students, and then it becomes very hard for university to say no to them afterwards because the teachers get enamored with them and the students do as well. So I think in terms of your in-house vendor question, I think it's a really good one, because I think one thing that we need to do as research institutions is we need to get ahead of these AI companies and say these are the pedagogically meaningful ways that we know and we can research and prove that AI can be used in a beneficial way for students and for teachers. Because if we wait for the vendors to do this for us, then they're going to be selling us all these things that we don't necessarily want and that aren't going to be good for students, but will look good for teachers and will look shiny and be very expensive for us down the track. And just echoing what Amber's saying before about, the main issues right now, I think we feel in terms of AI tool access and vendors coming at us is around access and familiarity. It's the access to the more powerful AIs, because a lot of vendors do give you free versions of AIs, but the free versions are built on things like GPT 3.5, which is the 1.5, 2-year-old version of the AIs, and they're not anywhere near as capable as even the AIs which have been released just this last week, but which are very expensive to use. And so one of the things that we need to make sure that we do internally is we need to make sure that whatever tool that we give our teachers and students access to is state of the art as much as we can and afford, because without that access to the state of the art, be it from vendors or be it from in-house, teachers can't experience the capabilities of this AI, and they can't keep up to date with what it can do.
Sure, Dr. Kane.
That's a very quick definitional question. And forgive me for my ignorance, but I've heard you now, and I can only see it once in your submission, but I've heard you now twice this morning talk about agents, and I'm not sure whether that refers to a chat bot or if you could just explain a bit more what you're referring to when what's captured in agent.
Sure. So from our perspective, an agent is a particular. Where do I start? An agent is a AI chatbot which has been given a particular set of instructions and resources to act in a particular way. So one early example of an agent that we worked with, a lecturer from occupational therapy, was an agent which is an AI kind of with an AI engine behind it. And that AI engine was given the instructions to, ironically, act as a kindergarten teacher. Act as a kindergarten teacher, you are very busy, you have heavy workload, you have tons of kids in your class. Your role as an AI agent is to work with an occupational therapy student and basically be their client, converse with them, and work with them. And so this AI agent was given the instructions and the information from, inclusive practice and everything that the department gives out, and to act in conjunction with the student. So the student would be sitting in class, they would be talking to this agent who was called Mrs. S, and say, "Hi Mrs. S, what can I do for you today about your student Jake?" And then this agent was able to be Mrs. S and actually interact in that role play with the student. And so the purpose of doing that was, the pedagogical purpose of doing that was to give the students access to apply their theoretical knowledge a year before they would hit an actual client in the class to make their learning more authentic. And that's possible now because of these powerful AIs that we can tell to act in particular ways. And so when you tell an AI to act a particular way, that's what we call
Acting
an
as your agent.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Rath, do you have any questions?
We've probably focused a lot on the risks of AI, but I was wondering, maybe for the University of Sydney, you've already sort of mentioned it a little bit with the Teachers Federation, but maybe if you could focus a bit more on some of the benefits that you've seen already, or the potential benefits of AI that you see being rolled out over the next decade or so.
I think the benefits for our students are that they're going to be using these tools for the rest of their lives in their jobs, in their professions. And I don't think this one's actually come quite to fruition yet, but in architecture, for example, in our undergraduate architecture degree, they don't get to three-dimensional modelling of houses. There's no time in a 3-year degree, apparently, to get to the state where you can actually build the house. You can do the modelling, you can do the materials, you can do the engineering, the design, but they don't actually get to see the 3D modelling. Well, now with an AI tool, you can do the 3D modelling in the first week and then backwards do everything. So you can do once you've got what the building's going to look like, the house is going to look like, and then you can pick your materials and do all the engineering afterwards. And so the advantage for the student is they get to the final product almost at the start, and then everything is flipped. So it's much more engaging for the student. There's much less of the sort of the tedious stuff. They still have to do all the tedious stuff. They still have to understand all the shadow diagrams and all the lighting and everything else. But they actually they're actually working with a real a virtual model of a building straight away. So it's that kind of thing. And I think Dana's example in occupational therapy, they're getting the more authentic experience that much earlier in a safe and protective way.
I might give two other examples, specifically around feedback. So feedback is often an issue, especially in higher education with very large classes and teachers who lack time. And so the literature shows that feedback is one of the key elements of actually improving student learning. And so things that we're trialling now at the university with these agents is actually to have teachers design their own agents to give feedback. And so this agent is basically a helper for the teacher to sit with a student digitally 24/7. So the student, before they submit an assignment, they can submit this assignment to the agent first, and the agent can go through the marking rubric, can go through the assignment requirements, and go through and say, oh, it looks like this part of your assignment needs a bit of work. Maybe think about these things, and the agent can be told to not write on behalf of the student and instead give these constructive feedback. And so that ability to actually the benefit of AI in this instance is to actually give students that 24/7 support in a very personalised way that students are really lacking. But again, emphasising Amber's point, not replacing teachers. Teachers are in control of the AI to do their bidding, but in very small, fixed ways that are controlled by the teacher.
And how do you think we mitigate some of the copyright and legal issues? I know you mentioned it in your submission, but if you're able to expand on that a little bit more as well.
I think it is, as I mentioned, research data as well. I think it's making sure that we're working in closed environments, that we have, if we're going to work with a vendor, that we have a very tight agreement about what they are doing with our data and where they've got their data from, so they're not scraped. It is for us to make sure that we are dealing with vendors in the right way, and then make sure that our educators, our researchers, are using the tools that we've, as we mentioned earlier, had all those processes. We went through all those procurement processes to make sure that the copyright, the data, is protected, and then we are using those in a closed environment.
I guess in terms of copyright, that's not such an issue for young children, young adults, but can only again emphasise the importance of the system taking control of those quality assurance practices and those frameworks rather than leaving it to a school by school decision. That's where we believe not only will it be very bad for teachers' workload and engagement in AI, but actually most disadvantaging our students if there's not a systems layer. I did just really quickly want to go to the benefits for AI for teacher workload because we certainly wouldn't see apps for student wellbeing as a good thing for children and young people. We believe school counsellors and access to medical professionals are what our young people need, but of course that's quite distinct to adults who have a lot more agency. But there are real potential for the workload of teachers in admin tasks of no pedagogical or curriculum value, undoubtedly. I laughed about the multiple choice. For example, if there were AI systems in schools that marked multiple choice, etc., that would be excellent. There's no pedagogical or curriculum value in that. It's just a time-consuming exercise for teachers. So obviously we would embrace that. But there are other areas too. High school teachers in particular, and a focus on HSC, spend copious hours providing feedback, written feedback across essays, not always in red pen, I'm here to tell the committee, but hours and hours of work on those senior essays. Well, for example, if that data could be harnessed in a way that could feed through a reporting system to parents, that's really good potential. They'd actually be reports that would be useful to parents and students that actually were contained on that. A lot of cognitive load for the teacher during that time. So there's definitely potential to reduce the administrative workload too. But again, much like the university sector, where it is actually the teacher, the professional, the expert controlling the inputs for student benefits. But we would be very concerned about data breaches in terms of student wellbeing and apps. That would make not only teachers but parents very nervous, I'm sure.
Well, thank you very much for that answer, Ms. Floam, and thank you all. Unfortunately, that ends our session this morning, so thank you very much for your thoughtful and comprehensive contribution this morning, and also in your submission. We very much appreciate it. It will inform our deliberation, so thank you very much again.
Thank
Thank you.
Good morning, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this hearing into artificial intelligence. We very much appreciate you taking the time to come along and give evidence, and also for providing submissions to the inquiry. Just before we kick off, we'll need to swear everyone in. So starting with Professor Santo, if we could just start with your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Yes, please.
Edward Santo, co-director of the Human Technology Institute at UTS. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Farthing?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sophie Farthing. I'm head of the Policy Lab at the Human Technology Institute. I also solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Manwaring?
My name is Kayleen Manwaring. I am an Associate Professor at the Faculty of Law and Justice at the University of New South Wales and a member of the UNSW Allen's Hub for Technology, Law and Innovation. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor?
My name is Lyria Bennett-Moses. I am a professor at UNSW Law and Justice and director of the UNSW Allen's Hub for Technology, Law and Innovation. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lane?
My name is Aaron Lane, and I'm a senior lecturer in law at RMIT University and a senior research fellow with the RMIT University Blockchain Innovation Hub. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Distinguished Professor?
Hi, I'm Jason Potts, Professor of Economics and Director of the Blockchain Innovation Hub at RMIT University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Do any or all of you have any introductory remarks to make? Well, we'll start over here again. Professor Santo.
Thank you, Chair. New South Wales has been acknowledged as a leader on artificial intelligence. We should build on that success, and the state can't rest on its laurels. Reform to New South Wales law and policy is urgent to protect the people of the state from the harms that can arise from AI. I'll make two brief points. First, New South Wales has been seen as a leader in digital government. Australia was recently ranked number 5 in the recent OECD Digital Government Index, an achievement that drew heavily on New South Wales's approach. That approach recognises that digital government rests both on strong technology but also on strong legal and policy guardrails. Digital ID is a good example. That initiative requires excellent design, development and implementation of the technology. New South Wales has shown leadership in that area while also taking advice from experts in civil society to make the technology more trustworthy and to make sure it doesn't leave vulnerable and disadvantaged people in the state behind. The government has committed to introducing strong legal guardrails to protect against misuse, overuse and errors in the digital ID system, and the time for that vital regulation is now. Secondly, the terms of reference for this inquiry reflect the state's response to AI rests on a number of policies and especially the New South Wales AI Assurance Framework. I have a connection to that work through my institute, but also as a member of the New South Wales Government AI Review Committee. I consider the government should be proud of the praise it's received for its leadership, especially regarding the AI Assurance Framework. But any policy like this is only as good as its implementation. More is needed to improve the incentives and capability for all New South Wales government agencies to apply the framework to ensure conscientious application of its requirements. The government has shone a light on a number of excellent AI projects in the state, rightly so. But as the New South Wales Ombudsman has shown, there have also been problematic instances of AI and automation. Federally, we also have the tragic example of robodebt. Those problems aren't trivial. They can cause real-world harm, including to human rights, and they can undermine trust in government and the underlying technology. So New South Wales needs to modernise its laws for safe and responsible AI. The federal government is basing its own reform in this area on the principles of accountability, transparency and testing, influenced by leading reports such as the Australian Human Rights Commission's report on human rights and technology, which I led with Sophie Farthing in my previous role as Human Rights Commissioner. These would be good foundations for New South Wales reform.
Thank you. Dr. Manwaring? No?
No.
Okay. Professor Moses?
Thank you very much. So we would agree that technology-informed law and policy is essential to take advantage of the benefits of artificial intelligence while also addressing the harms. However, the main point we made in our submission is that artificial intelligence, or AI, is an insufficiently well-defined concept or stable category to be a regulatory target in and of itself. And you can see this in particular with what happened in Europe and the various drafts of its AI Act. Various definitions each time, constantly trying to play catch up as the technology was moving from underneath it. The current definition in the AI Act, if you take away all the optional elements, so may have this and so forth, hinges on the word infer. AI is systems that infer. That is a very confusing definition, I think, if you're trying to look at computer systems and work out which ones are and are not AI. There is certainly a very significant question as to whether large language models infer in the sense used in the definition. If you look at something like the government's robo-debt, the federal government's robo-debt example, that was often critiqued as being AI. Yet when the federal government launched its AI ethics principles, the argument was made that those ethics principles did not apply to robo-debt because robo-debt was not artificial intelligence, which is technically correct. In other words, if one is trying to understand the category that causes harm, a particular technologically sort of minded definition as a way to define the problem does not work. So yes, the law does need to address harms and potential harms associated with this technology, but it can do so far more effectively by starting with the values that we're trying to protect and going from there. So at the same time this inquiry is happening, we've also made a submission to the New South Wales inquiry into reform of the Anti-Discrimination Act, which does not have on its terms of reference issues associated with machine learning as something that discrimination law needs to look at. And we would argue that's a problem. Discrimination law absolutely needs to address discrimination, whether those decisions are human decisions or system decisions, or as is most often the case, some combination of both. And we would argue, and we argued in our submission, a number of other areas of law that we believe are values informed, so starting with values but technology informed approach to change in law and policy is the most fruitful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Lane?
Thank you, Chair. Just some very brief remarks, and then I'll hand over to my colleague, Professor Potts. We are unashamedly tech optimists and just have a real belief in the power of not just artificial intelligence, but innovation more broadly, and what that can do for all Australians. And we're engaged in a lot of discussions right around the country, not just with artificial intelligence, but in other emerging technologies. In terms of our submission, we thought, given the breadth of the terms of reference, that it would be helpful to draw on our experience in speaking to a lot of different groups, businesses, governments in Australia and indeed right around the world. And 4 topics keep coming up when people are asking us questions. And so that's how we've framed our submission, talking about, well, what about hallucinations? Well, what about bias? What about the impact on work? And what about competition in these models? And that's the context to our submission, but I thought I might hand it over to Professor Potts to give a bit more detail about the background of the research centre and why we're interested in these topics.
Thank you, Doctor. Professor?
Thank you, Dr. Lane. So just the broader context here is we're the Blockchain Innovation Hub, and this is an AI research centre inquiry. The connection here is the past sort of decade or so, we've had this supercluster of compute innovation. It's distributed computing, blockchain, it's deep learning computing, AI, it's spatial computing, VR, it's oracles and cloud computing. And when you put this all together, what we have is essentially a digital revolution is happening on our watch. In terms of just fundamental new technologies that aren't just one technology, it's a bunch of them all happening together. And what this is doing is this is fundamentally disrupting the economy. That disruption is occurring in businesses, it's occurring in jobs, it's occurring in tasks, it's occurring in organizations, it's occurring in the public sector and in the private sector. It's a global economic disruption that is coming through the stack of technologies. Gen AI is right at the core of that, because that's the workhorse one that is doing all of the big compute load. And that's the one that you put on the user interface end, that's the one that you put at the back end of gathering all the knowledge. So Gen AI has a particularly important role in this revolution, in this economic revolution that is occurring right now. And what we've been studying is just how these new technologies get into the economy. And we're particularly interested in the role of government facilitating that, ensuring that the regulatory environment is fit for purpose to enable the enormous benefits that can come from these technologies to work through, to ensuring that those are disrupted or harmed by the disruption that comes are adequately compensated or unable to adapt to these new technologies. But our fundamental view is this is steam, this is electricity, this is an epoch-shaping economic revolution that is coming. And our job is to adapt to it as effectively and quickly as possible in order to get the benefits from that. Thank you.
Wow. Can I start with a question? And that is, it occurs to me from the submission from the Allens Hub that there needs to be coordination across government. And I wonder if government is fit for purpose as it is now to actually do this work, that the way we've set up, say, our ministries. Like, I've never heard the term before digital government used before, but should we actually have, like in New South Wales, we have a Minister for Industry, Trade, Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology, but this is such a huge change coming. Do we actually need a new ministry to deal with digital government that coordinates all of our responses from human rights all the way through to and working out if we actually want some of these technologies implemented, and then coordinating the reforms across all the acts that need to be changed, from human rights to crime to, property law, all of it? Do we actually need a ministry in this area to do this enormous amount of work? I'd be interested in any or all of your responses to that. I'll start with Professor Santo.
Sure.
You look interested.
So the New South Wales Department of Customer Service, with the Minister being Jihad Dib and the previous Minister Victor Dominello, I guess, have taken responsibility for that, or have been assigned responsibility for much of that. Some of that responsibility has kind of flowed naturally through that customer service, dimension, because a lot of the work on AI is about providing services for the people of New South Wales. There is a really important observation, I think, in your question, which is that development and use of AI spans beyond customer service, right? And so while I think it's really important that they've taken that central role, good coordination across the central agencies, but also the other line agencies, I think, and departments is really important. And so perhaps more could be done there. It's worth noting that at the federal government level, there's a task force, which generally is sort of time-bound, but there's also an interdepartmental committee whose remit really is about that good coordination, taking good practices, but making sure that, if something is a problem in Department X, it may well be a problem in Department Y and Z, and so addressing that as well. So the short version of all of that is I think there are really good foundations actually here in New South Wales, and they could be built on to improve that coordination.
Just on that though, so we had the review committee, we had the AI assurance framework and the review committee. Now I'm not sure if that's actually, talking to Dr. Oberman, that may not necessarily be going, but what I'm saying is, like, the national framework and the framework we've had in New South Wales has been time bound, but from the submissions we've received, this is going to be a process that's going to continue forever, and so we probably need processes and a government response exists in perpetuity. Really, if some of the changes that are coming are going to be so profound and ongoing and iterative as well.
I mean, I think certainly in the medium term. I mean, there are technologies that are introduced and there's a settling in period, and we're certainly experiencing that right now with AI. And then it just becomes, you stop thinking about the technology as how you deliver the service. That is just sort of so innate to how you do the function or deliver the service. But I agree with you in the medium term, I think that is true.
Yeah, Professor Moses.
Hi. So I have sort of two answers to this, or different ways of thinking about it. One is it's worth looking at the work of ANU's Tech Policy Design Centre, which is mostly, I think, addressed to the Commonwealth Government, but I think the same kinds of principles apply about how government can be structured to, without creating a new ministry as such, but to coordinate across the different parts of government for whom different parts of this problem are relevant. The other one is thinking about the role that other kinds of institutions can play. So it's historically been a really important function of law reform commissions, for example, state and Commonwealth, to keep the law up to date as new challenges arise. So that is one kind of body that can look at it. The challenge there is that they're very focused on law, and so they don't necessarily have the sort of expertise in the technology. In Europe, they use a device called technology assessment, and they have technology assessment agencies that do similar things to what in Australia, similar questions to what in Australia is dealt with by law reform commissions, but they're technologists looking at it and not lawyers. And that means they get a different part of the complexity understood, but miss some of the sort of more legal technicalities. Being able to put those things together, the technical expertise and the legal expertise, into sort of ongoing processes to address the challenges not just of artificial intelligence, but indeed of technological change and its implications for law and policy as that comes up in different spheres, and blockchain would be another one, for example, but there's many more, would I think be really useful, and looking at creating a body that could do that and have that mission. And I've done some work on that in my own writing, so I'm happy to send a copy to the committee if that
would be greatly appreciated. Does anyone else have a contribution? Dr. Lane?
Happy to take, I guess, another different tack. I'll leave, what particular frameworks are in place at the moment and barriers to others. What we can sort of provide some insight is into that sort of knowledge diffusion, innovation diffusion sort of mechanisms, and that is something that's usually lacking. Government does top down really well. It does bottom up terribly. So we've both studied public sector innovation, which sounds like an oxymoron, but it's really about, well, what are the mechanisms that could be put in place to share innovation? And so in your last panel, you were speaking about education. It could be mechanisms such as prizes or those sorts of things for teachers that share their innovative applications of pieces of technology. It's mechanisms for understanding how are people actually using stuff on the ground, and how do we feed that in and share that knowledge across the wider public sector. Do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Just to elaborate on that same point, I think the Gen AI is a general purpose technology. It doesn't sit in any one industry. It sits across everything. But it is also very specific in the sense that its uses in one area are not its uses somewhere else. And as my colleague was alluding to here, the real challenge to get the productivity benefits from it is to incentivize people who learned something in one part to share that information with someone else, where you have a situation where there are very weak incentives to do that. Now, we have property right. I mean, we have the sort of intellectual property system is one way of doing that. That's not appropriate here because of just how specific and fast-moving everything is. We have universities which do that, which will do that, but slowly. What we need basically is some sort of cross-departmental learning forum mechanism, whatever that is, to incentivize ideas and insights, including problems that have arisen in one thing, to be shared quickly across the public sector and other things. And the reason to do that is adaptation. Like, you're wanting to deal with the disruption and learn quickly and adapt to it. A ministry is a long-term solution. What we need is fast, short-term abilities to move information and knowledge and experience as quickly and effectively as possible to where it needs to get to. And that's a hard problem to solve. That's sort of one that in every individual silo, it's not my problem, it's someone else's issue to deal with. So I think some kind of horizontal learning mechanisms is what is required.
Thank you, Professor.
Dr. Manwaring, I think, had
Oh,
something.
yes, sorry.
Sorry, just to add to issues around technology assessment and to add to some of the other stuff that the blockchain professor has just said. Sorry, I didn't get your name. You perhaps already have a lot of the tools you need to help. The ministry will have to be long term, but it will have some short term projects. Some of this can be done even across disciplines and has been done. For example, there's been the Horizon Scanning series done by the Australian Council of Learned Academies, where they received some Commonwealth funding to look at particular issues in emerging technologies. I myself was involved as a consultant in the Internet of Things Horizon Scanning series, and that covered they produced a report, for example, that covered a whole lot of issues. So a ministry could be used then to coordinate, essentially, and adopting some of the things that happened in rapid response reports being done. So in the sense of you've got to have I agree that you have to have both the short term and the long term, but combining those two sorts of processes might be helpful to the government in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all of you. Just coming off of that question from the Chair, I think history's shown us that you can only rely on business to an extent to share its expertise when it comes to regulation. And I'm thinking some of this is giving me memories of the financial crisis, when we found that regulators were faced with such a complex scenario that, there were people in business, there were people in finance who fully understood everything that was going on, but when it came to the regulators, they just were behind and not able to keep up in order to regulate properly. And I worry that we're in that sort of situation here. If we were to sort of, I guess, pump up the public sector to be able to have more of that expertise itself so that it could be a better, we could be better regulators, we're faced with the problem, at the moment we're spending squillions on IT consultants because we don't have that capacity in-house. Have you seen this done anywhere else? Are there any good examples of where government has built up its own sort of tech expertise where it can then more adequately regulate? I'll start with you, Professor.
Yeah, I was going back to the example in Europe of technology assessment. So in Parliament in the UK, they have POST, which is the Parliamentary Office, I think, of Science and Technology, if I'm getting my acronym correct. And that advises the Parliament on technical issues. They tend to hire people who've got PhDs in relevant areas of science and technology and who are interested in taking on, a policy sort of position and being involved in the question of policy around technologies. So there's absolutely precedent for it. If you go back into Australian history with technology assessment, you can actually find that we did have a body, and I think it was ASTEC, I'll have to check the acronym, which was a similar thing, but a number of decades ago. We haven't sort of recreated that since. There's different models. There are some that are advisors to Parliament, so they're based actually in the sort of parliamentary side of things. There are others that work more as units within government. But either way, I do think that it's important to have one's own expertise rather than relying on consultants for obvious reasons, but certainly gives a more independent perspective to government that would come from industry consultation.
Thank you.
Can I add to that? So the Human Technology Institute has been talking about this, and I think bringing actually these two strands of questions together in terms of the regulatory ecosystem and then also what government is doing and what ministers are doing. So that concept of an ongoing permanent advisory body that is independent, that will be a source of expertise both to government and to the regulators. The way that we are looking at the challenges posed by AI, there are multiple different strands of action that will have to happen. But one thing we are strongly advocating for is for an advisory body along the lines of what you're saying, to give support to regulators who are all mobilising in different ways. We're having a lot of different strands of regulatory action, both in New South Wales. We're referring to the New South Wales Ombudsman, who released their report on Friday. So there are strands of action happening everywhere. There are strands of law reform that are being proposed at federal level, certainly, and what we have been advocating for is bringing those together strategically, and also a really important part of that is an ongoing permanent source of independent expertise. I think we've probably seen the first strand of that with the temporary advisory group that has been set up at the federal level by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, but we want that to be a permanent body. We think that will be beneficial both at state level and certainly at federal level as well.
The other model that you do see, for example, is adding expertise directly to the regulators. For example, the United Kingdom Competition and Markets Authority has, in the last couple of years, gone on a real recruitment drive to basically hire data scientists, so to help them keep up with the developments in different industries, particularly the technically heavy industries like financial services.
Thank you, Dr. Professor.
Yeah, just to build on Dr. Manwaring's point before about the horizon scanning idea, which I think is a magnificent suggestion there. The universities are a magnificent resource for you on this. We've got huge numbers of experts across these areas who are willing and able and want to work on these projects. And a possible mechanism could be through the ARC, through linkages, for instance, would be one way to put together short-term projects with a department and a university partner to explore how things would be done in that. So I think, in the sense
of... So you said the ARC?
Well,
that could be a model, yeah.
That could be a model. Now, obviously, that's not within your immediate remit. But the point is, you've got a lot of resources already in house in the universities, and if a sort of a funding agreement can be arrived at to enable a lot of this expertise to be deployed, I think that would be in many ways superior to sort of consulting models in terms of in terms of alignment of interests.
Thank you.
Just one question from me, if I could. Sure. So just a question arising out of the Allen's Hub submission, Professor Moses, I think. Yeah, thank you. You talk in part about high-risk applications, and one of the examples you give is things involving the use of force. And I was wondering if you could maybe talk to what would a legislative prohibition look like that was seeking to address that sort of high-risk application of AI?
I mean, that particular example would probably be Commonwealth legislation rather than New South Wales legislation. But my guess is you'd have to think the government would have to think quite carefully about what exactly it wanted to prohibit in that particular context. The concern in a military setting, in my mind, is the idea of weapon systems ultimately making decisions for which there is no sort of human accountability, and then, something tragic and awful happens and they go, well, I just, relied on the system, and there's no one at whom fingers can be pointed at. The system itself might have multiple software developers involved and components and so forth. Everyone's pointing the finger at someone else and there's no ultimate accountability. So in that particular context, I think what's most crucial is less that it uses AI as such, according to some technology-specific definition of a particular set of technologies, but rather ensuring that, if you like, weapons, shoot decisions ultimately have a human who is accountable for them, and that human has enough understanding of inputs from any systems on which they're relying that they are able to make an appropriate assessment.
Yeah. So just on that, and maybe for the panel more generally, the overall maybe tone or substance of many of the submissions that we've received is that AI has lots of positives, and a lot of the risks sort of relate to existing social issues, if I can put it that way. So it could accentuate social disadvantage or exclude certain groups, etc., etc. But I was wondering, what would you all say about what are some of the bright lines where certain things just are unacceptable that we should be aware of?
I mean, I think there's a difference between saying what are the bright lines and what are the bright lines that have to be drawn around a particular definition of a particular set of technologies. There are many lines that we need to draw. I mean, in discrimination law, for example, we draw a line and say you can't make a decision, say, about hiring somebody based on their sex, race, etc., right? Now, it seems to me that one has to craft that law slightly differently if what one's dealing with is not a human making a decision because of, say, race in that particular sense, but rather a system that has drawn some kind of inference from data that leads it to, in its recommendation engine, point towards particular CVs that then correlate with an exclusion of particular racial groups, as an example.
Yeah.
But if you were drawing the law to achieve that effect, you'd have to, I think, actually change what the law currently says if you wanted to achieve that effect consistently. So the red line is the same, right? The red line is around ultimately that hiring decisions cannot be on certain bases, irrespective of underlying data, correlations or anything else.
Yeah.
But achieving it is different. So I think, yes, I mean, I gave the military example as one where maybe there's a red line that says that is connected to a technology. You cannot leave a kill decision exclusively to technology as such, independent of whether the word AI is appropriate or not. And that is, if you like, technology specific. And I gave another example in the submission about human reproductive cloning, right? So we prohibit the use of particular technologies to create a human clone because we are concerned about the ethics of that. We don't ban the outcome, which is identical humans, because we don't kill 1 in every 2 identical twins, right? It is the technological means with which the ethical concern exists. I think there's an analogy to that in the military context where we might say an exclusively technology-driven kill decision is a problem. But I think in most areas where it is complicated, where decisions are made by human systems, the two interacting, we need to start from a different place than from the technology. We still need to draw a red line, but it's not necessarily one bounded by don't use a technology.
Professor Santo, what you wanted to make I'd be interested in your response, Professor Santo.
I mean, I endorse everything Professor Bennett-Moses just said. Maybe 2 quick additional observations. The foundation of New South Wales policy in this area, and this is a really good example of bipartisanship, is international human rights law, and that's explicitly stated, and so it should be, because I think what that does, and that's in line with the European Union's approach, it helps sort of make very clear where those red lines arise. We don't have to re-articulate those things. The second point is, I think this is often really well understood by reference to specific areas where high-risk technology is being deployed, high-risk AI is being deployed. We did a big piece of work on the use of facial recognition technology, and we one of the areas we focused on was the use by police. At the moment, you often have 2 camps. You either say, one camp says the technology should be utterly banned in all circumstances for police. The other camp sort of says they should use it in any way they want with no restrictions at all. I guess what we said was, a more sophisticated approach might be to identify where the risk might be highest, where the technology might be least reliable, and therefore where the human rights harms are most likely to arise, and really zero in on those things. And there would be some prohibitions there, but there would also be some uses where the risk can be addressed in advance to a level where the community is kept safe by a certain bounded use of the technology.
Thank you. Dr. Lane, and then I'll go to you, Cameron.
When electricity was first invented, people used electric lights as kind of the first application. It didn't. That's a pretty simple and kind of boring application, but it was one of the first. It wasn't invented for things like other electrical appliances, refrigerators and TVs and sort of gaming devices. And the point I'm making is that at the moment, what we try and do is say, okay, well, what's a human task and what is AI going to replace it with? And that's a good question. But the point is this, that we're not going to know all of the tasks that AI in various contexts are going to do into the future in 10, 20, 50 years' time. And so those bright lines are not going to be given. They actually have to be discovered. Yeah. And so part of this is an innovative process that yes, there's some vigilance aspects to that as well, but there's also some experimentation that has to take place in order for us to say what those bright lines are going to be.
Right, and just
Mr. Murphy,
following on really in the same vein, so what in effect you're saying, I think Professor Moses in your submission is really, rather than focusing on the technology itself, it's much more important because of the fast pace, the different types of AI that are ill-defined. It's much better to be focusing on boosting that regulation over anti-discrimination law and other human rights law in order to make sure that those red lines aren't crossed and that the law is adaptable to dealing with the sort of human rights situations that innovative design in AI might throw up. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think not just, I mean, human rights areas of law are certainly critical, but not only that. I actually think that there's a lot of areas of law that we need to review and look at that might not have, you know, that might have various different purposes. So,
like consumer law with the digital consumer manipulation and things like that?
When talking about red lines, I agree that the point is to look at the conduct that is being enabled by these technologies. But the other thing that I think we have to look at, and this is important from consumer protection perspective, both just normal products, but things like insurance, which has a public benefit. One of the red lines that I think we have to look at, and this will probably be relatively controversial, but I think it's important, is the amount of, we're talking about things we know, things we discover. We are limited in things we can know and discover because so much of this is controlled by the private sector, which has a cover of commercial in confidence.
Yeah.
And that's something that government hasn't been able to pierce particularly effectively for big tech.
So
anyway.
The two things I wanted to ask out of that are, do we need some form of regulation that allows us to look behind the programming, so there's some level of transparency that lets us identify when those red lines are being crossed? And I suppose secondly, do we need to rethink the way we hold people accountable in the law? I mean, if you look at some of this, it may not just be the end user, it could be the developer at the other end of the equation who's at fault if it's inherent discrimination or bias in a model. Do you have any views about that?
So I think transparency is a really complex question because I do think it's heavily context dependent. In other words, government, if it feels for its government systems, and I think for many government systems, particular kinds of transparency is critical so that the public can have trust that the system will act in a particular way. And that can often be dealt with through procurement policies. It's definitely dealt with through the assurance framework, in forcing those questions to be asked. But I think it's very difficult to, I think a lot of the time when transparency gets talked about in the context of AI, it's as if it's an unalloyed good, and it's as if it's completely like all systems should be transparent. There's lots of kinds of transparency that are unnecessary or not particularly useful for the kinds of concerns that people might have. So one example might be something like facial recognition technology. Now, if for example, government is proposing to use facial recognition technology for some purpose, there's things I would want to know. Does it, for example, perform equally well on people from different ethnic backgrounds, people who are different genders and so forth, etc.? But I don't necessarily get that information from looking at, say, the source code of the program that's running. I get that information from being able to test the system and being able to test it across a diverse set of faces, for example, in that context, and evaluate that system against particular performance metrics. And that is actually more important information for the public to have than just saying, well, show us the source code of the program. So what is required and what kind of information people need to have about a particular system is going to depend on the context. One thing we mentioned in our submission was the idea of, if you like, government as a model user of AI systems and taking seriously the importance of particular different kinds of transparency when using different kinds of systems and insisting on that through mechanisms like procurement. Whether, there's the idea that, somehow all systems should be made transparent would be a useful one. I don't think so. I think it's far more context dependent. But yes, there are circumstances, particularly in the context of government uses, where particular kinds of information about systems is critical to their appropriate use.
Can I just add a point on that? I again agree with everything Professor Bennett-Moses said. In addition, there are two reforms I think that are really urgent in this space, and we did some deep work, Sophie Farthing and myself did some deep work on this at the Human Rights Commission. The first is where you have a right to reasons because of an administrative decision. It would be completely undermining of that right if all you get instead of reasons is just the ones and zeros, the source code or whatever. You need to be able, if you're using AI to make a decision, to provide, a meaningful plain English answer. Now, we also know through generative AI that you can create a very plausible answer, but that doesn't get to the true rationale for the answer. So you also need to be able, in particular, it'll be unusual, but in certain circumstances, to be able to get a technical response to determine whether the plain English answer actually reflects the true basis of the decision. And so that's a clarification of the existing law. It doesn't extend any new right to reasons in any way, but it makes that right to reasons meaningful in the modern age. The second additional point, I think, comes from the ACCC's regulatory action that was taken against Trivago a couple of years ago. And that was really, really crucial. It's a globally significant case. It's being talked about as much in Washington and London and in Brussels as it is here in Australia. And I think what they showed was, again, the same thing. You cannot maintain something as basic as the rule of law if you have a completely opaque decision-making system where you can never get to the basis of whether the law has been followed. So again, it's not talking about a significant extension of the law, it just means clarifying the law to acknowledge the fact that decisions are increasingly being made by AI, and some of those decision-making systems can be black box if they're not designed well.
Thank you. Professor Potts, you want a contribution to make?
Yeah, just to follow up on this, just a word of caution about the scope of what can be regulated here, because we've been dancing around this question of what these things are. They're not actually source code; they're models, and the point is, a trained model is just a massively large matrix. You ask it to do things, and it'll do things, and they will be useful or not useful, depending upon the user. But that's all the explanation you will ever get. Like there is no way to sort of penetrate into why it did the thing. The builders of the model don't know why it did the thing. They will never know why it did the thing. They are beyond that complexity. So the idea of sort of that we need explanations, or we need to sort of regulate something so that we can understand why it did something, will never happen here.
Can I just ask a question right on that? So what you're drawing a picture of is kind of this disembodied model that hasn't been fed by anything.
Okay.
And that it's kind of... So surely there's not this thing sort of devoid of any bias or any... There is something that creates that.
No, so a foundation model, which is what we're talking about here in AI, is a large trained model that is trained on a data set. That data set is human, right? It's human cultural artifacts, language, and so on. So the bias that's in it is the same bias that's in the thing it's trained upon. It's not uniquely biased. But the reason AI is so powerful and useful is that trained model is a general purpose technology that you can use it for anything. You can inquire of it and it will do something. But this is also why it can escape, and it can end up on devices. So lots of the open source models are now sort of freely on people's devices. They're permissionless in a sense that there's no sort of firm or organization that is granting permission to use them in a particular way, which is why the liability regimes are so complex and interesting here.
Can I just ask a question? Just going back to you, Professor Santo. Are there any actual no-go areas as far as you're concerned for allowing AI into our lives?
Well, I think there are some situations where if you can't provide for accountability and you can only offer a black box system, then the black box system isn't ready to be used. So a good example of that is in the aviation industry. For very good reasons. Companies that make airplanes.
What about in the democracy industry?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, facial recognition is another example, right? It is not enough to be able to go to court if you're a prosecutor and just say, oh, well, look, the machine said that this person is the guilty party, the person who robbed the bank. You need to be able to produce much more careful evidence. And perhaps that links to what distinguished Professor Potts was saying before, because the way in which you interrogate these AI systems is not the way in which you would cross-examine a human witness. But you can still get, and this is perhaps where he and I might diverge, you can still get to what really amounts to an understanding of the basis of the decision. You use adversarial methods and so on.
So should all AI code, for example, be open?
Look, maybe, but I'm not sure that actually gets you what you want. I think what we want is these systems, when they're making decisions that have a legal or similarly significant effect, to be accountable. And so you don't want to put too many barriers around that. You can innovate within that, but accountability for those really significant high stakes decisions should be kind of sine qua non, right? It should be an absolute requirement, and it is under our existing law an absolute requirement. So we shouldn't be saying to the people of New South Wales, we're going to wind that all back. But if I can just finish the point, what we saw with the Travago case was the regulator there used a very different method to get to the bottom of the problem with that AI-informed decision-making system, but it still worked, right? We still were able to get to the bottom of how a deep learning system was in that case misfiring, and that's really, really important. It is absolutely possible. It's just a different way to how we would interrogate a human.
Well, my question actually started thinking about democracy, i.e. voting, i.e. what goes on in this place and all over Australia, the fundamental foundation of our democratic system. We have a bureaucracy that will be looking for AI-assisted voting systems at some stage, I'm sure. This place has seen computer-aided voting pretty much eliminated for the time being because it was a black box that no one could understand, and we weren't happy about it. How do you address this? And we've had plenty of evidence over the years, certainly since I've been here for the last 13 or 14 years, that it all should be open source, but we just don't seem to ever get an example of that being put forward as a model that we should be using. We all want it, but can we trust it? Because my personal view is there is no accountability in the systems that we've been offered in the past, and they're not AI systems. They're just black box, commercial systems that we're told to trust, and then we find that they don't work. But how do we interrogate? And I'm listening to your evidence saying, well, it's just so complex and so deep. That's what Professor Potts is saying here, that no one can actually understand them. So should the democratic process actually be ring-fenced and said, you cannot go in this space?
My advice would be slightly different. It would be to say, the thing about our liberal democracy is there are principles that are absolutely watertight and they've stood the test of time.
How do we hold those principles accountable
so it's
in
to
a
say,
system we can't understand?
Well, if you can never get to a basic understanding of how the technology works, and it's something as fundamental as our democracy, absolutely, technology is not ready to be used. I mean, people, as wise in this area as Professor Stuart Russell have made that absolutely clear. I mean, he wrote a book that was, one of the leading books on artificial intelligence, but he has been one of the many people around the world who are advocates for the greater use of AI, who has said, look, unless you can understand how it works in a critical area, then the technology is not ready to be deployed.
Professor Moses, you want to respond?
Yeah, just on the issue of electronic voting, talking to a fair few people in cybersecurity, actually, rather than artificial intelligence, there are a lot of concerns about all of the systems that are used for electronic voting that are available at the moment. And that includes the systems that are fully open source and where you can access the source code in that case, although I take the point that large language models, it's a combination of the source code and a parameter model. But my point is that it's not necessarily the question, right? Just being able to look at the code and have someone look at it doesn't necessarily tell you, just by looking at it, whether or not it is secure and a safe means of voting. What all of these systems do is create systemic risk. So at the moment, there are errors in vote counting. Humans will occasionally put a vote on the wrong pile, but those errors are not systemic. So yes, every time you do the vote, you'll get a slightly different count, but on average, it's roughly right. What you get when you put it all, if you like, into any kind of system is the risk of systemic error. Now there are...
Or purposeful systemic error.
Quite possibly, right? Or someone from a non-friendly jurisdiction managing to suborn our systems. But the point is that you absolutely have to interrogate that and test that from a security perspective before you ensure it's safe for, if you like, democratic use. Now, there is a whole field of people, and I'm not one of them because I'm not a technologist, who do that, who test these systems and point out flaws in systems that are currently being used in countries around the world. But I don't think the problem is... transparency can be part of it. You need to give the security researchers access to the system to do that testing. But I don't think that transparency is alone the solution to the security challenge with voting.
Professor Potts, you want to...
Yeah, in response to your question, just the most likely use of AI in democracy is probably the uses that it's already being put to, which is campaign design and advertising. AI is a creative tool. You use it for coming up with slogans and things like that. And voters using it to answer the question, who should I vote for? And they'll ask their agent. We had a discussion earlier in the previous session about an agent. One use of an agent is to read all of the things. So I'll say, agent, can you please go away, read all the things, give me some people I should vote for and the reasons why. And that kind of consumer use case for AI is a perfectly legitimate and effective use case. It enables a machine to do a thing that a human just wouldn't have time to do, to read all the literature and come up with arguments and use that. And I think that that's a perfectly legitimate use of AI in modern parliamentary democracy without fundamentally changing the underlying rules and nature of the process. It's just adding more information and compute into it.
How do you respond to the issue of deep fakes, which have the opportunity to undermine the integrity of an image or a video that we see and potentially undermine AI? How do you respond to that?
A genuine and real problem that doesn't just exist in that, it exists in across a whole lot of areas, and it's a technological problem that will be solved with just better technologies of detection.
So there'll be an arms race. The only way to deal with that would be an arms race of detection and watermarking or that type of thing. Professor Santo, you wanted to say something?
I mean, maybe. We don't know. I don't know how you can give that assurance that in that technological arms race, the good guys, as it were, will win. I just don't know. We're speculating, and I think that the federal government has nominated that as one of the 3 areas of urgent reform. I think that's a good thing, but I'm not confident that the problem is going to be quickly solved.
Mr. Rath?
Thank you. I wanted to ask Alan's Hub, you've said in your submission that we should consider the advantages of a Swiss approach to AI law reform over the EU model. I was wondering if you could expand on what you meant by that, or what is the Swiss approach? Why is it superior? And then sort of leading on to that, just on the government regulation front, to RMIT about, you've said thoughtful regulation, cautioning against potential regulatory lock-in. If you could expand on that and what the risks are if we over-regulate AI, what impacts that would have.
Okay, so the Swiss approach is essentially the same kind of approach we're advocating for, and I can, again, if it's useful for the committee to have the paper that sets that out, I can provide that rather than rely on my memory of it at precise levels of detail. But essentially what they have done, or what they're proposing to do, because not all of it has yet been accomplished in terms of Parliament, it's more the approach that's being explored there, is to actually look at the different areas of law that need to be resolved. So, for example, if one takes liability as an issue, and there's some of the challenges in determining liability, then one might say, okay, where are the question marks under current Swiss law, and what areas is the current law okay? So the current law as applied to an AI system actually gives us the result we want, and in what areas do we actually get, there's still uncertainty or it's not the desired result, and then limiting the reforms to those particular areas of law. So we're really saying, as opposed to the EU approach, which is, I mean, in Europe, there are plenty of laws that deal with particular things, with discrimination, with privacy, with other things, but it is like, if you use an AI system, and that AI system is high risk according to these criteria, then you have to do these things. But if somehow it's not an AI system under our definition, then it doesn't matter if it's otherwise as high risk an activity, you don't have to worry about it. So where does the lock-in come from that? The lock-in comes from, if you like, the way that the technology is itself defined. And you can go back and look at this problem of trying to define something technological, some phenomenon, and then regulate it based on the definition you have over the course of history of parliaments in multiple jurisdictions over time. And what you end up doing is you end up regulating the wrong thing. So an example that I like to use from Commonwealth law a number of years ago was digital tapes. When digital tapes first came out and they made perfect copies, the music industry thought it had a digital tape problem. And in fact, there was a whole section of copyright law that was added to deal with this digital tape problem. There was going to be a tax on digital tapes. The money collected from that tax was going to be redistributed to the music industry and so forth. The whole regime was set up. There was a High Court case about the particular tax power elements of it and so forth. But at the end of the day, they solved the digital tape problem. They didn't actually solve the copyright problem because they'd imagined a particular technological conception of what the problem was and did that. So they were locked into that, and when we had CDs or whatever was next after digital tapes, it wasn't under this new regime. And that's my concern ultimately with artificial intelligence, that we lock in a definition, and I don't think I've seen a good definition yet. We lock in a definition that won't capture what comes next year any more than the definitions the EU came up with before the release of, the later models of generative AI captured that. And they're already having to have played catch up over the time of drafting. Once they pass it, who knows what's going to come in that next year. What happens then is that industry plays games. If being AI is seen as a negative thing because you come under a different regulatory burden, then instead of innovating in general for good, they'll innovate around a definition.
Dr. Lane.
Well, committee, that's a hard act to follow. But
do you agree with all that? Do you agree with most of that?
Yes, I would, Mr. Rath. But if I might continue, I think by thoughtful regulation, in our submission, part of that is it has to be functional rather than text specific, so, if we're concerned about this, for instance, in administrative law, well, deal with that in administrative law. We don't need an AI Act. We don't need governments to build their own AI models. What we do need is to identify specific problems and address those specific functional problems that may or may not arise. A bad idea that is starting to take hold in other jurisdictions is this idea of licensing, that you need a license in order to put out a large language model into market. That's a terrible idea for a few reasons. As Professor Moses sort of alluded to, part of that problem is you get this regulatory capture where you then start either innovating around what the license is, or what you have are existing players in the market lobbying to raise those regulatory barriers and prevent other innovative startups from coming into the market.
And that's what we've seen in the States, isn't it?
And that's been a suggestion. But I think for competitive dynamics, you don't want to lock in a particular business model through the regulatory structures and prevent the next wave of innovation emerging. So I think that there is a risk of lock-in in two respects. One is to have technology-specific laws that respond to a sense of urgency where governments are called upon to do something, but that will have a limited shelf life and may cause other problems. But the second lock-in is if you lock in not a technology but a particular business model, that sort of deprives innovation as well.
Well, thank you very much for that, Dr. Lane, and thank you. That concludes our time for questions and answers. Well, I think we're left with more questions than we had before. I certainly, my brain is full. But we very much appreciate the work that you all do, you taking the time to come today, and the submissions you've made. So if you've offered up any papers or suggested material that we should be considering, please forward those to the Secretariat. They will be in contact with you in due course. And thank you very much for your attendance today, and safe travels.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you. We're just going to have a break, colleagues, and we will be back at 11:30. So you've got 11 minutes Okay, fantastic. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much. We'll begin proceedings. I'll just have to begin by getting each of our participants to state their name, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. And we'll start with you, Mr. Banks.
Thanks. Thank you. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Finlay.
Thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And could you just state your name and position title, please, Ms. Finlay?
Sorry, Chair. My name is Lorraine Finlay. I'm the Commissioner for Human Rights with the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. And Mr. Banks, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
So Stephen Blanks, and I'm an executive committee
Blanks.
member of the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties.
Thank you, Mr. Blanks. Do either or both of you have an introductory statement to make? You do? I will start with you, Ms. Finlay.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Portfolio Committee for the invitation to give evidence at this public hearing, and also for accommodating the provision of giving evidence remotely. It's greatly appreciated. I do seek the opportunity to make a brief opening statement, simply to present the Commission's overarching position with respect to the intersectionality between human rights and artificial intelligence, or AI. As Australia's national human rights institution, the role of the Commission is to promote and protect human rights in Australia. As part of this work, the Commission has a particular interest with respect to the complex interactions between human rights and technology, which includes assessing the human rights implications arising from the growing prevalence of AI in Australia. Our statement today builds upon the previous work of the Commission to advocate for human rights-centred design and deployment of new and emerging technologies, and emphasises the importance of responsible and ethical use of AI. There is no question that artificial intelligence has been and will continue to be enormously beneficial, allowing for enhanced efficiency across multiple industries, with healthcare, education and finance being just some examples of industries where benefits are already beginning to be realised. At the same time, however, such innovation must come with adequate consideration of the significant risks and challenges that AI may present to human rights. One such challenge that we would like to highlight is the impact of AI on privacy, a cornerstone human right. As echoed in other submissions to this inquiry, the operation of AI may not only facilitate the invasion of privacy, but will potentially deepen these intrusions in new and concerning ways. Another key concern that we've highlighted in previous work is the use of automated decision-making, is the risk of entrenching unfairness and existing social disadvantages instead of resolving them. This potential for algorithmic bias may even lead to unlawful discrimination. The list of potential risks of AI continues to scale up with its increased use due to its widespread accessibility and user-friendly nature. This helps to facilitate potentially malicious applications of the technology, as evidenced by instances of deepfakes, and the spread and increased impact of political misinformation. While there are clear benefits to be gained from the appropriate use of AI, there are also significant human rights risks and challenges that may cause real harm to individuals and communities without adequate safeguards and human oversight. Our primary submission to this committee is that adopting a human rights-centred approach should be prioritised when assessing the best strategy for using and regulating technology. This is especially critical when considering the application of AI in processes requiring critical human deliberation, such as within our criminal justice system and administrative decision-making. Ensuring that human rights are kept at the forefront of this discussion, placing humanity at the heart and remaining focused on human impacts, maximises the benefits of AI while also ensuring that it's being used responsibly and ethically. Thank you again for inviting the Australian Human Rights Commission to give evidence, and we would welcome further questions from members of this committee.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Finlay. Mr. Blanks, do you have an introductory statement?
Yes, just a brief statement, if I may.
Sure.
And thank you for the invitation to give evidence to this committee. I agree with many of the others here that the community wants and should have the advantages and upside benefits of artificial intelligence applications, but the community also wants and should be protected from adverse consequences, and that will require some regulatory and statutory changes. As to how to conceive of those, that is the difficult issue, and one that you've heard lots of expert evidence about. I think it's clear that legislative responses can't be too prescriptive. They have to be principle-based, and we advocate for a risk-based approach. I agree with Dr. Finlay that a human rights-based approach is a good, sound approach, and in New South Wales, the best way to secure a human rights approach is to have a Human Rights Act. We don't have comprehensive human rights protection in New South Wales, or either at a legislative level or governing the way the public service agencies conduct themselves. The best way to achieve a human rights-based approach to AI is to introduce a Human Rights Act to protect human rights in New South Wales generally, and then it will follow that AI, along with everything else, will be implemented in accordance with an appropriate framework. There will need to be created a statutory office to oversee AI developments, both as used by New South Wales government agencies and in the community in New South Wales, in the areas for which New South Wales government has regulatory responsibility. And just like there is a Information Commissioner and Privacy Commissioner, there will need to be a Commissioner with powers to oversee, regulate, investigate issues arising from AI in New South Wales. Another fundamental principle which ought to be enshrined at a general level is a responsibility for any AI implementations to be fair and reasonable. And that is a standard which the Commonwealth Government is currently looking at introducing in relation to privacy protection. And as Dr. Finlay correctly said, privacy is a significant issue with AI systems. Fair and reasonable standard ought to be legislated and applied. Just to give an example of a recent AI issue that I came across, car manufacturers are introducing in-vehicle camera systems to detect driver fatigue, and the at least reported idea of these systems is to alert drivers when the system detects fatigue. If the driver closes their eyes for too long or something of that sort. Those systems will have an AI aspect to them. Obvious questions which arise in relation to just things like that. Will insurance companies demand access to the data that's generated, either in aggregate or in relation to particular individual drivers? Will law enforcement agencies, the police, be demanding access to that kind of information in relation to investigating accidents? Will mobile phone use detected by those systems be reportable? Those are questions which are going to have to be dealt with, and they're going to have to be dealt with legislatively. And I think what that indicates, and along with many of the other areas you're looking at, is that legislative response is going to have to be both at a general level and then at a particular sector level. There will have to be a legislative response in relation to use of AI in education, transport, banking and finance, and they all each have different kinds of attributes to them. So I think that's just some general remarks I would make at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Blanks. I will go to some questions from the committee members. Ms. Munro, start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much for appearing today. This is a question for each of you just in relation to the international situation that we find ourselves in. Dr. Finlay, you mentioned misinformation as a very big problem to resolve. I understand that Google is rolling out a pre-bunking technology at the moment because they have also seen that this is a global trend and a globally identified problem. Are you aware of the role of pre-bunking, essentially that you educate users of technology of what misinformation might look like so that they are pre-warned or they have an understanding of how they might be duped? Do you think that this is the type of technology that can help with misinformation? Do you see it working in an Australian context? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, Ms. Finlay,
My
you're
apologies.
on mute. Yep.
Thank you so much for the question, and it does really highlight a number of important issues. The first is looking at that international context really shows the fact that while we need an approach in New South Wales, it obviously has to be an approach that is made in full awareness of what is being done, not only within Australia, but globally, because it's really helpful to have consistency amongst approaches in these things. The second thing I'd note is the answer isn't a one-size-fits-all model. There are technologies that the technology companies are rolling out and developing that will be very helpful, but there also needs to be a response from government, and there also needs to be a response that not only tackles misinformation once it's occurred, but that works on primary prevention effectively by talking about education and giving individual citizens the tools they need to be able to ensure that they're aware of the information they're being presented to and whether they can rely on it. But I think the other thing that's really important that's highlighted by misinformation are the human rights complexities that we need to give very careful thought to. Because while certainly the Commission recognises that misinformation is a serious problem, a growing problem and something that urgently needs to be addressed, we also need to ensure that we address it in a way that protects freedom of expression, which is another very important human right, and making sure that in efforts to protect the community from misinformation, we don't start censoring different opinions and diluting the robust political discussion that we need to strengthen democracy in New South Wales and Australia.
I'm sure you're familiar with the recent scandal where images were being generated that were historically inaccurate and were causing, I guess, a sense that what freedom of expression looked like from a technology point of view is different to what freedom of expression looks like from a human point of view.
Correct. And it's also important to recognise that while the technology companies have a really important role to play in this, it shouldn't be left to Google to decide what's misinformation and disinformation. And that's something that within Australia we need to think very carefully about. Who gets to make these decisions? How do we know what decisions are being made? And making sure there's a transparency and accountability that attaches to all of these things.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there is a state role there, or is it primarily federal?
I do think there is a state role there, but importantly, there needs to be collaboration and consistency between the states and territories and the federal government, not only in relation to this particular issue, but across the board in terms of how we regulate technology, because of course the technology doesn't recognise the borders that we have within Australia. And so we need to take a very pragmatic approach and make sure that everything we do actually doesn't just create additional regulatory burdens on business or additional complexities for citizens, but is something that can work in a practical sense so that we can get the benefits of this technology, which is enormous, but guard against some of those risks.
Do you have some specific examples of what that might look like from a state perspective? Like, are there pieces of legislation that should be amended to reflect striking that balance?
I think one of the most important things that we have been advocating for is a regulatory gap analysis. So making sure that in the move to better regulate AI, or to ensure that we're providing the necessary guardrails around AI, we don't cause unnecessary duplication, that we look at the laws that are already there. And our preferred approach is not to regulate the technology per se, but to regulate the use cases of the technology and to look at the harm that could be caused.
Mm-hmm.
There will be circumstances where there are particular risks or particular uses of AI that do need specific regulation, but our approach would be to start with that gap analysis to make sure that existing laws are used where possible, and then to strengthen and provide specific regulatory responses where there are those significant gaps.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Blank, where do you see that interaction between that freedom of expression that was spoken about and, I guess, privacy or misinformation?
Yes. Look, that is a very real issue to consider. I agree with Dr. Finlay that we shouldn't leave it just to Google to sort this out. Government needs to be active and have powers, but I wouldn't leave it to government alone either. I think it is necessary to empower individuals to take action where they've been harmed, and of course we have very good examples in Australia of laws that give individuals remedies. So, for example, in the area of trade practices, for misleading and deceptive conduct, yes, the ACCC has got extensive powers to take action against businesses that engage in misleading and deceptive conduct, but most importantly, individuals also have the ability to take action, and that is really what makes that system work. And so in considering any regulatory environment for this space, and I know that the Commonwealth Government is considering legislation aimed at misinformation online, but in our view that what the Commonwealth Government is proposing falls short, because they are proposing purely a regulatory regime empowering government agencies and not giving power to individuals, and that is a fundamental defect, I think.
Can I ask a question on the back of that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Just on that, this obviously to ensure that human rights aren't being breached with something as technical and nebulous as artificial intelligence, the idea of empowering individuals is key. But is there then a role, or should there be a responsibility of government to educate individuals, courts, unions, whoever, in relation to artificial intelligence or to tech more generally, so that people can actually see what's happening in order to then call it out and take the action?
So do you want a response from both? So we'll start with Mr. Blanks and then we'll go to Dr. Finlay.
Yes, absolutely there's a role for government, and I didn't mean to say that individuals should be the only ones able to seek remedies. There is a necessary role for government, both at a educational level and at a regulatory level in relation to the big corporates in this space. So each aspect plays its role in ensuring. That's why you need principle-based regulation. So you need a human rights framework that is enforceable. You need standards like fair and reasonable, which are flexible enough to encompass principle-based community standards. And then you will need specific sector-based thing. I should have answered earlier, there will need to be reforms to particular New South Wales legislation. I know one of the other submissions, I think from Salinger Privacy, gave some very specific recommendations as to reforms to the Privacy Act and the Health Information and Recording Privacy Act. Those, I think, are very sound recommendations. But yes, there are roles for everyone.
Dr. Finlay?
Well, thank you. And I should just say initially, I very much appreciate the promotion that the committee's given me, but I'm not actually a doctor, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
Well, that's Mr. Blanks' fault.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Look, I would agree with all of that, but also make the particular point that I think education really is key to this, and it's education across the entire community, because one of the real risks with this technology is that some of the people that it can have the greatest benefit for are the people who find it the most difficult to access the technology. And we need to ensure that we don't create a digital divide across New South Wales or more broadly across Australia, whereby particularly vulnerable communities aren't able to access the technology or are more at risk from the use of the technology. And in particular, when we think about communities, for example, like CALD communities, and when we think also about children who are at particular risk in terms of some of the exposure to different artificial intelligence devices, and perhaps don't have the same understanding in terms of the way that this information can be used and misused, it's really important to look at not just a one-size-fits-all approach to education, but something that identifies education that can reach out to different communities within New South Wales and can have a layered approach in relation to children, so that children and parents and teachers are all included in that process.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question on that same area where Mr. Blanks, you were saying really that I think because of the risks and I suppose opportunities posed by AI, in effect it could be a catalyst to putting in place a Human Rights Act in New South Wales that deals with those principled matters, as you put it, where perhaps it's the opportunity to bring together discrimination legislation and other protections into one act that's also extended to deal with AI. So I just wanted to hear more from you about that, but also when you raise the issue of providing the ability for individuals, whether that's ordinary people or it's representative bodies like trade unions, do we need to extend that to things such as a tort of privacy, or even perhaps a tort of human rights, where people can go to the courts and take action in relation to those breaches that go beyond the technology but deal with those important human rights principles that we seek to protect?
Yes, thank you for that question. Well, the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties has long been an advocate for a human rights charter in New South Wales. There are many benefits to be had. Queensland, Victoria and the ACT have successfully implemented human rights legislation, and I think those states are better off. States and territories are better off for having done so, and I think New South Wales would be better off for having human rights principles enshrined in a charter that governed the conduct of state agencies across the field and gave clear recognition to international standards in relation to basic rights such as freedom of speech, privacy, freedom of assembly, which of course current New South Wales laws are in contravention of, and a number of other important areas. In relation to specifically extending that to the AI space and what sorts of remedies should be available and who should have access to those remedies. When I said individuals should have access, I wasn't meaning to exclude organisations, so organisations such as trade unions or advocacy groups may well be appropriate to have the ability to invoke remedies. Whether the courts are the best place for the remedies to be sought, or whether there should be specialist tribunal for these remedies, or whether the jurisdiction of NCAT can be expanded, that's something to be looked at. It's necessary to ensure that the remedies are not beyond the reach of ordinary people who need them. We do have some problems with remedies in New South Wales in relation to privacy law. There's a ridiculous cap of $40,000 on the amount of compensation that can be ordered. That figure hasn't changed now for decades and is completely out of date, and there's no reason why there should be a cap when the loss that can be suffered from injury to privacy can be much greater than that. There's just some remarks.
Thank you.
Mr. Blanks, you were suggesting before that, that there should be a statutory agency overseeing this area. I think like the Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner. Are there other jurisdictions that are moving to create and populate a role like this when it comes to artificial intelligence and its associated technologies?
I'd have to take that on notice, but certainly it's something which the Commonwealth Government is actively considering at the moment, and there have been many recommendations to the Commonwealth Government that there needs to be a statutory agency dealing with these issues. The reason, of course, one wouldn't want New South Wales agency to double up or replicate the Commonwealth agency, but at least in respect of New South Wales government agencies, many of which will be using or are already using AI systems, then it'll have to be a state created position to regulate or oversee those agencies.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues?
I'm just wondering if there are any international examples of regimes that you can think of that would be useful to consider in a New South Wales context. Like Taiwan has their anti-infiltration act, for example, to try to stop the spread of misinformation from foreign entities. Obviously, they have a specific threat, but are there other countries that we can be looking towards, in your view?
Ms. Finlay, would you like to respond?
Thank you. And then if I could also just make one brief comment about the previous question in terms of remedies for individuals, but in terms of work in other countries, there are a significant number of countries that you could look to in terms of work that is ongoing. But I would say no one country that you can point to as being a perfect example of the response that is ideal, because this is an ongoing project and something that the entire world is grappling with in terms of the challenges that we face. And in terms of something like misinformation, even the initial question of how do we define misinformation is something that across the world there isn't a single agreed opinion on or a settled definition, and it is something that is really being grappled with at a variety of different levels, not only at a country level but also at the United Nations level. There's significant work going on in terms of artificial intelligence and what the best responses may be, again, to ensure that we harness the benefits while guarding against those risks. But if I could just make one comment also about the idea of a legislative response to effectively focus on remedies for individuals and providing individuals with the opportunity to protect their rights. That's obviously very important, but we would say that's only one aspect of a human rights centred approach, and that actually what we need is a comprehensive approach that builds in human rights and thinking about human rights not only at the end, but from the development, the deployment and the use of this technology. And the reason that I say that is putting the onus on individuals, for example, to protect their privacy rights is really difficult with this technology when oftentimes they simply won't have the oversight of the way in which the technology is actually operating. And indeed, it's the prior impact. So, for example, with algorithmic bias, the training of the large learning models is where the difficulties actually can come in terms of setting up a model that then leads to unlawful discrimination or leads to unfair outcomes. And for an individual to have to bear the responsibility of understanding how that works and how that impacts them, it's not a practical response. So there does need to be a lot of thought given to ensuring that right throughout the life cycle of these technologies, we have the appropriate guardrails in place.
Could I ask a question?
Certainly, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Just the whole concept of consent in the way that it applies. For example, like obviously we can decline cookies in our browser, but if I'm walking down the street and there's some use of facial recognition technology or something else, I'm not really actively consenting to that. And that's often the response that we get. For instance, we found out in a transport inquiry that there was a form of facial recognition technology being employed on buses, and the response is yes, but there's probably signs up for that, telling people, so just don't get on the bus if you don't want to have your face scanned. And I think that's not really an appropriate response. Does this mean, in the absence of, I guess, individuals being able to actively make those decisions around consent in a lot of these cases, that the onus is just more on government to regulate appropriately? I'll start with you, Mr. Blanks.
Yes, if I can address that. I think that's one of the reasons why a fair and reasonable standard in relation to not just AI systems, privacy, use of personal information generally is a necessary addition to the regime. Consent is necessary but not sufficient as a standard, and increasingly, the examples you've given is either absent in practical terms or is meaningless because you have to tick the box because you want the service and you don't have the right to negotiate the terms on which the service is provided. So there needs to be a different, or there needs to be a fair and reasonable standard. That is being strongly advocated at the moment to the Commonwealth in relation to the Privacy Act reforms that are under consideration. I don't know where they're at in terms of taking that up. That might be a under consideration matter, and it needs to be escalated to actually being implemented.
Thank you. Ms. Finlay? Oh, you're on mute again.
Sorry, you're on mute again.
My apologies. You would think that I would have that sorted out after this long of doing online interactions, but you're exactly right that issues of consent do become quite complicated when you start to think through how people use this technology in their day-to-day lives. And I'd make 2 points to follow on from what you said. The first is it's really important as the technology becomes more and more enmeshed with our day-to-day lives, and particularly around essential services, that we look to provide realistic alternatives so that people actually can make the choice. If they don't want to engage with the technology, they actually do have the option to still be part of our community day to day and still engage with those essential services that they need. The second thing I'd note is it's not only a matter of a point in time engagement, but also what can happen in the future, because we know that with the data that's being held in increasing volumes, there are increasing risks about what happens to that data in the future. Who's it being held by? How's it being protected? And importantly, what other uses is it being put to? Because this technology is changing and evolving at a rapid rate, and there are things that can be done now with data that only a few years ago we never would have thought about, and different conclusions that can be drawn about people in terms of the numerous data points that are now being collected that really can be quite intrusive in terms of allowing significant information to be held about a person, and that information to then be used in quite intrusive ways.
Sure, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. One of the other sort of uses by government that concerned me was in relation to the police use of facial recognition technology. And I asked during a recent estimates session whether the systems that were being used had been bias tested, sort of tested for bias. The answer I got back was they had not, but no concerns had been raised, so it was kind of swept away. But it turns out that the technology that they're using is based on Cognitech, which I understand in the US has been identified as having some racial bias built into it. Does it concern you that we are using these sorts of technologies without having done the appropriate testing? And should they sort of stop using it until they have done that sort of testing, do you think? We'll start with you, Mr. Blanks.
I think it's fascinating to suggest that police should stop doing something that they're currently doing. And whilst it's attractive to demand that until these issues are addressed, I don't know how practical that might be. But certainly facial recognition technology, which does have an AI, which is then used in conjunction with AI systems to formulate policy, formulate actions, is inherently problematic. Eliminating bias from the data sets may not actually be possible. It's certainly desirable, but I wonder whether it's not it's not really useful to demand or to focus too much attention on eliminating bias from the data sets rather than focusing on the process of decision making based on the technologies and how the decision making is potentially discriminatory, and direct the attention there. It's a difficult issue.
Ms. Finlay?
Well, thank you. I think the short answer to your question is yes, we are concerned, and certainly the Australian Human Rights Commission, going back to our 2021 technology final report, raised specific concerns there about the use of facial recognition technology in those contexts, given the significant impact that it has on individuals in terms of the harm that can be caused to them by the technology containing bias and leading to biased outcomes. And in particular, we had a number of suggestions there about what could be done to address those issues, with the starting point for us actually calling for a moratorium on the use of facial recognition technology in those contexts, absent regulations being put in place to actually address the risks. And I say that in the full understanding of the important role that this technology can play in enhancing community safety and helping the police do the jobs that they're asked to do by the broader community. But we need to understand the risks that there are in this technology, and there is a lot of information out there dealing with the fact that there are concerns about the way this technology deals with bias, the accuracy of this technology, and as a result, the serious human rights implications that can flow from that.
I might just correct the answer that I gave earlier, and thinking about it, I think the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties has called for a moratorium on the use of facial recognition technology until there is an appropriate regulatory system in place, and so that should be what I've just said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanks. Any other questions, colleagues? No, well, in the absence of any questions, that concludes this session. We very much appreciate your submissions and the you taking the time to come and give evidence today. It has greatly informed us. So thank you both for attending. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So what does that mean? Do we just have more time in the next one, or we just shorten it by 5 minutes? Yeah, we'll go to lunch early. Committee number 1, inquiry into artificial intelligence and our hearings. If I could begin by asking you to state your name and title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and we'll start with you, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. Brett McGrath, the President of the Law Society of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Ganapolsky?
Thank you. I'm the chair of the Privacy and Data Committee of the New South Wales Law Society, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If I could just, yes, we'll just swing that microphone around there so we...
Thank you.
Dr. Kramer.
Thanks. My name's Ben Kramer, and I appear on behalf of the New South Wales Bar Association. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do any of you have introductory statements to make?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Excellent. We'll start with you, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence on behalf of the Law Society of New South Wales at today's hearing. I am Brett McGrath, the President of the Law Society, and I am joined today by Olga Ganapolsky, who is the Chair of the Law Society's Privacy and Data Law Committees. Given the remarkable advancements in AI technology and its extraordinary transformative potential, it is incumbent upon us to carefully consider the legal and policy framework that will enable us to support the safe and responsible development and deployment of AI in New South Wales. The Law Society is closely monitoring the impact of AI on the legal sector and has instituted a dedicated AI task force to consider how the legal profession and the courts can respond to the profound challenges of AI and as it continues to shape the delivery of legal services into the future. We have long supported the development of AI laws that are flexible, scalable, and principles-based to support innovation across Australian public and private sector organisations. The legal framework should, firstly, build upon and be adapted to existing laws and processes that Australian organisations have in place. Secondly, be consistent with related legislation in areas such as privacy, cybersecurity, consumer protection, and human rights law. And thirdly, be cognizant of evolving regulations in other jurisdictions, including internationally, which might apply at various points in a data-driven service supply chain. In our view, the fragmentary approach of AI law and policy in Australia represents a significant challenge for this inquiry, both in evaluating the current state of the law and in developing policy initiatives to promote safe and responsible AI in New South Wales. At the Commonwealth level, key law reform initiatives, such as the ongoing review of the Privacy Act of 1988 and the 2023-2030.
Mr. McGrath, I think this is for your benefit. I'm assuming you've got Scottish heritage, and I'm assuming you've organised this.
I would say the Scots College of whoever it might be with the bagpipes. That's quite a tradition, particularly considering it's we're talking about the future. To have that traditional introduction is I'm grateful for. Thank you, Chair. At the Commonwealth level, key law reform initiatives, such as the ongoing review of the Privacy Act 1988 and the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy, and the Safe and Responsible AI consultation, will have significant impacts on the state of AI regulation in New South Wales. Meanwhile, we note that the key public sector institutions in New South Wales, including health and education, are already developing sector-specific responses to AI. We urge the inquiry to support, to the greatest extent possible, consistency in Australia's AI laws and draw upon the findings and proposals of the major AI reviews to date. We also note that the recent trends in AI regulation internationally may provide useful insights for policymakers in New South Wales. In our submission, we drew attention to the European Union's Artificial Intelligence Act, which we note has since been approved by the Council of EU Ministers and is currently awaiting European parliamentary approval. Since we made our submission, we also note that, in contrast to the more prescriptive regulations under the EU's Artificial Intelligence Act, the United Kingdom has, as of February this year, adopted a comparatively light touch and pro-innovation approach to AI regulation, which provides a principles-based, non-statutory framework for sector-specific regulations to be developed. This contrast in approach provides an interesting point of comparison for further consideration. Finally, we welcome the inquiry's review of the New South Wales Government's policy response to AI under the New South Wales AI Strategy, Assurance Framework and Mandatory Ethical Principles. We see significant merit in government acting as a role model in the adoption of ethical AI practices. Following our submission to this inquiry, the James Martin Institute for Public Policy published a report in December 2023 entitled Leadership for Responsible AI, A Constructive Agenda for New South Wales, which notes, and I quote, "New South Wales is well placed to take a leading role in addressing the impact of AI activity for the benefit of our economy and local communities," end quote. We suggest that consideration should be given to the proposal in the James Martin Institute report that New South Wales Government's procurement frameworks could be utilised to help shape the market towards ethical and responsible products and socially beneficial outcomes. For example, this could be achieved by firstly integrating the AI assurance framework and the obligations it confers in respect to procurement into the New South Wales Government Procurement Policy Framework, and secondly amending the New South Wales Supplier Code of Conduct to include elements of the AI ethics policy to clearly outline suppliers' responsibilities in respect of responsible AI. The importance of ethical AI in the context of government is exemplified by the recommendations of the Royal Commission into the Robodebt scheme, which notably proposed legislative reform to introduce a consistent legal framework for automation in the delivery of government services. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to give evidence today.
Thank you, Mr McGrath. Mr Kramer.
Yes, I have a brief statement, thank you.
Thank you.
And I also appreciate the opportunity to present and being asked to give evidence today, so thank you. Our submissions have focused on two key areas relevant to our expertise. One is the potential use of legislation to protect the community, especially those who are vulnerable to the risks and harms likely to be associated with AI. And the second is the potential use of AI in and associated with court processes themselves. Our overarching recommendation is that the government should adopt a proactive approach to regulating AI, in particular to avoid misuse in what we've called, quote, the frontier period, unquote, when regulation doesn't catch up with the speed of emerging technology. We've recommended a two-step process. The first step is the identification of any uses of AI that are so clearly undesirable that they ought to be prohibited by AI-specific legislation of general application, and that's in contrast to, for example, legislating for particular sectors or industries where things could fall through the gap. And the outcomes we've set out in the submission are, broadly speaking, the use of AI systems that are either manipulative or exploitative or perform social scoring that leads to differential treatment, facial or biometric recognition in decision-making or legal contexts, and the use of AI to replace or supplement judicial discretion. Step 2, and this is regardless of whether or not you accept our step 1, is what we've called a regulatory gap analysis, where in consultation with industry, sector and subject matter experts, you assess whether existing legislation is sufficient to address the foreseen, the hoped for or the feared impacts of AI, and where gaps are identified to review and amend that legislation. And we've given some case studies in our submission, including one we've carried out ourselves in respect of barristers' ethical obligations and AI, or generative AI. Our approach, we think, is broadly consistent with the broad set of general regulations plus sector-specific regulation approach proposed by the Federal Department of Industry, Science and Resources. We also see it as broadly in line with the position of the Law Council of Australia and the Australian Human Rights Commission. And finally, somewhat thematically separately, our final recommendation is to recommend that the Department of Communities and Justice should review the use of AI in the court process and identify additional AI and related technology that could be implemented to enhance access to justice for court users with disabilities.
Thank you, Dr. Kremer. Can I start with a question to the Bar Association, to you, Doctor, is that you said there that you're in your two-step process, you're essentially creating like a blacklist of uses that we should rule out, and one of the guides is we should rule out manipulative processes. But it occurs to me that so much in our society relies on some degree of manipulation. You look at advertising per se, or dare I say it, politics. How do we draw that line in a legal sense about what is manipulative and should be ruled out?
I think I'm cursed by my own attempt to summarise briefly the substance. I think it's recommendation 2 on page 13 of our submissions. If you did want to go to it in detail, there's probably no need to. The way we've drafted it is with an eye strongly to the EU's Article 5. It's one of the prohibited practices that the EU has called out in its artificial intelligence law. The way we've worded it is the sale or use of an AI system that deploys subliminal techniques beyond a person's consciousness or purposefully manipulative or deceptive techniques in order to materially distort their behaviour in a manner that causes or is likely to cause significant harm to them or another person, with a carve-out then for approved therapeutic techniques. And I think you've hit the nail on the head, which is it's very difficult to define with precision what it is prohibiting, but we note that very similar language is used, for example, in the Trade Practices Act, now the Australian Consumer Law, prohibiting misleading or deceptive conduct or conduct that's likely to mislead or deceive. And if the idea or the concept of what is being prohibited is set out sufficiently clearly, it is something that will probably have to be developed on a case-by-case basis. And it may be, I think, to paraphrase, it may have been Justice Blackman, you may not be able to define it, but you know it when you see it.
Interesting. Some questions from the government. Dr. Kane.
I have a question for you, Dr. Kremer, about your submission as well. I'm interested in the case study, the second case study about using AI to replace or supplement judicial decision making. And I wondered, obviously, that's come out of concerns, it seems to me, about existing use or places where it has been used. I wondered if you could just give a bit more information of the examples that might have informed that particular case and recommendations.
Okay, I think I may have to take the specific details on notice,
Okay.
and I think I can answer that with that. So thank you for that. I think the general approach, though, or the general thrust of that case study is there is an element of judging, whether it's decision-making, exercising a discretion, or, for example, applying concepts such as reasonableness or proportionality, that I think the view is would be very hard, if not impossible, to replicate by automated means, by computerised means, whether it's called an AI or some other way of doing it. And that if you are going to have a situation where someone's not just finances, which could also be ruinous to them, but potentially their liberty is under challenge or is imperilled, there's a difference, I think, that we see between having a person who is accountable, who is trainable. There is an appeal process from, they must express reasons for their decision and expose their decision making. There are complaints processes as well, where one has that in contradistinction at the moment, and I think pick up Professor Bennett Moses's words from earlier this morning, when one has a black box where you have an algorithmic or large language model or something similar, where there's data and source code which is not understandable, certainly to the average person and perhaps even to those who are running the systems. They become so complicated, it is not, I think, always understood how they work. If one is trading one for the other, we have hundreds of years of the common law process where a judicial decision-making technique is understood and has been accounted for. And moving from that accepted and tested system into a closed box, or black box system, we see has the potential to cause problems.
Can I just have a quick follow-up? And thank you for taking that on notice. I'd be really interested. So this hasn't come out of any Australian jurisdiction or judicial body. It's more the concern that this type of use of AI in the judicial process has been seen elsewhere?
I'm not aware of any Australian research or Australian examples of use or misuse. I think at paragraph 69 we do refer to some empirical work, I think done by ProPublica in the US, to do with sentencing, and that has the problem, I think it's also been adverted to this morning, where if the data set encodes biases or historic discrimination, it may not be possible to detect it in the data set, and it may only be possible to detect it from the outcomes, in which case it's too late. So I think that may, as far as I'm aware, be the only empirical data, but I'll answer that.
Thank you so much.
Just to follow up on that quickly. The flip side of that is studies that show, for example, that decisions by judges or magistrates can be more harsh before lunchtime when they're hungry, as opposed to afterwards where they're feeling well rested and satiated. So is there a balance or a role for decision making to be taken out of the kind of human foibles that might impact things like sentencing?
Again, a hard question to answer. I think Mr. Blanks' answer earlier about use of technology that hasn't been tested or certified. It may also be worth noting that what we've currently proposed as being ring-fenced areas or areas of high disapproval may change over time, and it may be that, for example, if someone comes up with a system that is validated and tested and proved, it could well be that this prohibition is amended or relaxed and it can be allowed to be brought in. But I think one of the advantages of our proposal is you wouldn't have it de facto being trialled before any merits are tested. It would have to go the other way around.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, good question.
Look, I just wanted to come back quickly to the prohibited AI practices, and just it seems to me that it's vitally important, Dr. Kramer, that we have, if I can put it this way, a dynamic definition of those prohibited practices rather than some static definition that identifies particular technology. Perhaps the exception of that might be something like kill orders from the military or some sort of police action, because the very essence of AI is it's going to change and adapt. So we really aren't going to know what ought to be prohibited until we see it in practice, are we? You could get an AI model that starts off being quite ethical and useful, and then as it learns, it verges into something that we would want to regulate against because it's a prohibited practice, wouldn't we?
Sort of a Skynet problem, in Terminator, where something goes rogue. I think we definitely agree with the idea of a dynamic definition, something that isn't so hidebound or so restrictive that it's either left behind by technological change or even, again, I think as Professor Bennett-Moses said, innovated around. You sort of see the area of regulation, it's ring-fenced, you avoid it, you see it in the rearview mirror and it doesn't operate. I think the way we've tried to draft the recommended prohibited practices does try to be general in the sense of using language that is not very black letter and overly detailed. And as I said before, the idea is that if you present either a regulator or a court or whoever it is that's overseeing the act, depending on the mechanisms set up for enforcement, if you present them with a situation where they see, for example, something that was intended to be a helpful aid is starting to take advantage of psychological tendencies, and it starts to fall within one of our prohibited areas, perhaps gambling type areas where you move from advertising generally into an area where there's sensitivity, you would then be able to say, well, this has fallen foul of the definition. The definition is broad enough to catch the change, and it may also pick up new forms of misleading or subliminal messaging that distorts people's decision making that isn't currently foreseen.
And in a similar vein, is there anything you think we need to do in relation to liabilities or remedies? I mean, I'm thinking, for example, if you have a large language model or AI, think of an example, say a self-driving car. You know, who do we hold responsible? I mean, traditionally we'd hold the driver of the vehicle responsible. Do we need to look at law reform in the area of pulling that back to not just the endpoint, but the people who develop that AI, and in some way regulating them or holding them accountable or responsible, and then feeding that into any remedy that might be available to someone who's wronged or harmed?
So I think that's also a good question. I think there are a couple of parts to it. One of them, for example, to pick up your example of self-driving cars, you obviously have current legislation, traffic legislation drafted around the driver. And if, for example, New South Wales were to allow driverless taxis like Waymo in San Francisco, that wouldn't fall within, I think, the current description or expression of the current laws. It may fall within the intended operation if there's a person in the passenger seat who's de facto controlling without a steering wheel and without hands on anything. That, I think, is an area that would be addressed by regulatory gap analysis, where you would look at the Traffic Act and you would say what needs to be amended to expand it from being the traditional concept of a human driver to some sort of automated driver. So I think that is within the sort of recommendation that we've made. I think it's recommendation 3. The broader point, though, about liability and redress is a very difficult one. We've drafted this as being a prohibition on the sale or use of systems, so it would catch those at least who are selling it, even if they're not developers, certainly developers who are also selling it, and use is obvious, it's the users of it. At the moment, the way it's drafted is to prevent the use of the systems, and I assume that they'd be coupled with appropriate penalties or other sorts of legislation, legislative responses, the same way you get in any regulation or licensing statute. We haven't, I think, said anything about going further and moving into remedies to the extent that you're looking at third persons who are harmed, so not the state that's regulating or the entity that's regulating and the regulated entity, but a third person who might be injured or have some other legitimate interest harmed. That would be something that would be worth looking into, although I'm not sure it would necessarily sit with a prohibition of practices. It could be that, for example, there's some kind of liability if someone is harmed from the use of a prohibited practice, and it could also potentially even be strict liability if you wanted to be very serious. Obviously, this is something about which reasonable minds may differ, and there's no obvious answer, but one could look into some kind of right of action from someone harmed from someone else involving in illegal conduct.
Thank you.
Mr. McGrath, you wanted to...
Yes, just to add to Dr. Kremer's point there. Firstly, with the member, you spoke about whether or not prohibited practices should perhaps be put in there in any reform. The Law Society has advocated that there's a flexible approach, but a principles-based approach, and the nature of regulation across the world is accelerating and obviously making our submissions outdated to a degree. California is a jurisdiction which I encourage the inquiry and committee members to investigate. Obviously, that's the home of AI in that state. They're exploring options that may include things like kill switches. Now, I understand that that's not formulated yet into any proposed legislation. They're still in the formative stages. But that jurisdiction, I imagine, would be the lead jurisdiction for AI tech companies in the Bay Area of San Francisco, where these are coming out of. And I encourage the New South Wales government to look at that jurisdiction very closely. On the point of automation and cars, and I agree with Dr. Kremer on that point, that again, we as the Law Society encouraging the inquiry to look at the laws and regulations which apply at the moment and how AI and generative AI fit into the current framework. So, for example, automated cars, if you've got a driver there, there's case law, and I'll, if I can, take it on notice, the country, I believe it was Turkey, however, I don't want to give false evidence on that front, where the driver in an automated car was found to be liable for the injury to the person. However, it arose whether or not he had a cause of action against the tech company that had the automation software within the car itself. So there'll be emerging areas which the courts are dealing with, and which Australia, as a common law jurisdiction, always looks to other jurisdictions of like, whether it be Canada, United Kingdom, or other areas in India, for example, as well, which will inform the development of that. And it may be that jurisprudence is evolving, which falls within the current frameworks and statutory regime that we have.
Yeah, it seems to me that the automated car is a relatively simple example, but if you have something like, you know, a private company uses some machine learning program to automate a process that has inherent bias or something like that in it, you then start to get into a much more complicated process, unpicking it, and whether there is actually a way for government to try and regulate or provide remedies for people that apportion that blame or liability to compensate people for their loss who suffer through some form of discrimination or bias as an end user of one of those systems, or somebody who's subjected to it.
And just to add to that point, I think the robo-debt scheme is an example of certainly the liability the government may incur if its departments and services are using AI and whether they haven't been put through an adopted and formalised human rights framework or AI ethical use framework. Certainly in the public sphere, the market may determine what occurs in respect of those remedies, but certainly I take the point and I concur that the government may face liability if it is utilising AI tools and hasn't done due diligence or applied a framework which is acceptable to a community standard.
Just on that, what's acceptable to a community standard? We accept that, like, governments make decisions about where to apportion resources, and on the basis of that, there are winners from that. People, say, in the health sector who benefit because they receive funding for treatment, and there's funding for the treatments that benefit them, but there's a sector of people who miss out. What if we hand those sort of decisions, like we say, okay, there's an efficiency dividend in implementing AI and how we allocate resources in the health sector, but there's a group of people that miss out. Like,
well, Chair, certainly, and I can refer to the Robodebt Royal Commission, and that's an analogy could be drawn the same, that the government allocates resources for social services, and whether a veteran or a war widow was getting a certain pension or thereabouts. And I just encourage the committee to look at the outcomes of that Royal Commission, because I think that is very instructive to that point for a government department that allocates resources on a day-to-day basis and makes tough decisions, which government has to. It's not a bottomless pit of money and resourcing. However, where does the culpability and liability lie for government when it's applying a certain standard when using AI technology?
Could I ask a...
Yeah, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up on, and this was something that is mentioned in the Bar Association's submission in some detail, which is great. I've asked this question previously of some other witnesses as well, but just in relation to the use of facial recognition technology by police. So I asked about this in estimates in the weeks just gone, around the hundreds of leads for investigation that were generated using facial recognition technology. This is based on, apparently the systems we're using are based on some Cognitech technology, which was part of a study in the US that found that people of colour, faces of people of colour were 10 to 100 times more likely to be falsely identified than Caucasian faces. When I raised this in estimates and asked about, are you concerned about the bias, I was told that there was no testing for that bias, but also it wasn't a problem because it wasn't the only evidence used to charge someone. Does it concern you that people are being contacted on the basis of leads from facial recognition technology that could be biased, even if that doesn't lead to actual claims? Can you just talk about that? I'll start with you, Mr. Krim.
I think it's clear from our submission that it is something that the Bar Association is concerned about, and that's why one of the prohibited practices is the sale or use, and it's again based on Article 5 in the EU, sale or use of an AI system that employs or facilitates facial recognition and other biometric technology in decision making that has a legal or similarly significant effect for individuals, or where there is a high risk to human rights, such as in policing and law enforcement. So I think at a conceptual level, it is something that is part of the Bar Association's submission. I have to say I'm not sufficiently across the underlying details, as I think I said earlier, to know how it's being used at the moment in New South Wales. But for example, I think if there is a practice that can be brought within that prohibited norm, then if the legislation is passed and it's passed in the way that we've sort of currently drafted it, it probably would fall foul of that prohibition. And then of course, one always has to have carve-outs, and the EU legislation deals with it differently. One of the carve-outs is usually national security. There's often also a carve-out for urgency or something similar. So if you're searching for a kidnapped person and you know who they are, and you want to use recognition technology at airports, for example, to see if they're about to be taken on a plane outside, I assume that is something that may well fall within that kind of an exception. And I think law enforcement is obviously the one that's probably going to be the most controversial.
So I guess the argument for New South Wales Police appeared to be that it's okay because a human is involved before they get to the point of, making an arrest. From a human rights perspective, I guess, or from a, concerns around over policing, is that sufficient, do you think? If we've got systems that have bias, but then there's an individual that sort of gets involved before action is taken?
I think I can give you a general answer, but I'd have to go beyond that. I'd have to take it on notice. I think that the general observation would be you'd have to look carefully at what purpose or what use the recognition software is being put to. So is it, for example, identifying someone for whom there already is an outstanding arrest warrant, in which case you're trying to locate a person, but everything else that has already been done in the legal process has been done, and it's just an extension of someone seeing them? Or is it being used to build up, for example, a record of a person's movements, and maybe not a specific person, but everyone's movements, and then trying to work backwards from that in an investigation? So, I mean, even to my lay understanding, there's quite a big spectrum of what it could be used for, what could be being done with it, and I would just think that that would probably affect the answer to the question. Some of that may not be objectionable, some of it may be, but I think to go beyond that into specifics, I'm going outside my expertise, and I think I'd have to take that on notice.
So I guess, and I'll come to the Law Society, I think sort of another example that I've come across that I found interesting was Transport were using smart CCTV, as they call it, to identify where there was trouble on train stations, say. And so you could get a situation where there was, a group of kids actively up to trouble, but then you could also get a group of kids who were just mucking around with each other. And the question was, what is the danger of police or transport officials going out to check? From a human rights perspective, or from the perspective of not wanting people to be unduly harassed or over-policed, is it sufficient if we have something in between an action being taken, if that sort of bias is leading to people being contacted more than they might otherwise be? Have you got any reflections on this, Mr. McGrath? Or?
I'm happy to take that question and expand as a very large body of work that's gone into this thinking and take some of it on notice, as well as to address some of the issues now. And I'd say two things and invite the committee to think about AI from a data perspective. What is it that you're regulating? And I think increasingly the conversations and the depth of analysis that's being applied to this field is also asking us to think how we're regulating it. And so, as you might have seen in other submissions of the discussion that's already been had, there are over 700 live discussions on how to regulate AI in distinction to automated decision making. And I think while that sounds like it might be a wordplay, there are actually very substantial differences between what you would look at in order to make those decisions, and policy arguments would then be applied. And I would certainly invite the conversation to move there. And when we look at that volume of activity, all of it is very thoughtful, all of it is from very, very well-considered terms of reference. But within the 700, the scope and variety really leads you to ask those questions. So some of them go from an ethical perspective. Some of them are highly industry-driven. So you've already had conversations about health, policing, administration of courts. So I think New South Wales and certainly the opportunity that this committee has is to actually go a step further and actually think how you're regulating this whole sphere, and actually what is it that you're regulating. And some discipline needs to be applied to that. Of course, we're speaking here from a purely legal perspective. We appreciate that there are many other perspectives, but I think that line of inquiry is certainly emerging from the body of work that's been done overseas and in Australia. And the other thing that I would echo on the how we're regulating is, it's very interesting that every discussion that's been had is always very informative, but it always draws you to appreciate how different disciplines, not just different countries, choose to regulate that. So already there are some examples about law enforcement, and already there's some examples about just consumer protection. And we should be very clear in our discussions. So even the very considered and advanced EU AI Act is actually embedded in consumer protection, even though we've applied it into so many other concepts. Whereas there's a whole field of, as many of you have already noticed, bias and risk that sits within the data protection regime and existing laws that are actually quite advanced in that field, and again, in all the industries that have got a regulatory footprint. So very happy to provide some further thoughts and supplementary material on that, but I think it's very important that we anchor the conversation in what is it that we're regulating. And it's a much broader conversation than harms, and much broader conversation than a gap analysis to existing laws, because those laws do speak to those issues already. And so the breadth of the discussion needs to have both the discipline and the transparency.
On that 700 conversations that are happening at the moment, whereabouts does that come from? How do you have that number? It would be great to get a list of those.
Okay.
If you have it.
It's a consolidated, yep, I'm very happy to dig that out and share that with you.
Thank you.
And the references. But essentially, it's a body of work conducted by a variety of regulators, both from the ethical perspective, so that includes data protection authorities in all of the jurisdictions that have been considering this.
Yeah.
So we're happy to share with you that
That
reference.
would be very, very interesting. Yep.
Oh, sorry,
Mr.
Chair.
McGrath, yes.
Just back to Ms. Boyd's point around human rights in particular. The Law Society has long advocated a human rights framework to apply to New South Wales and also more broadly to Australia. And so picking on my colleague's point, not only it's what are you regulating, it's the starting point. So when you look at jurisdictions such as the European Union or the United States, they have very much an individual rights-based framework which underpins their legal system. Now that frame of reference is restraint on government action, whereas Australia's system is parliamentary supremacy. So it is incumbent upon Parliament to have to make these decisions and place its own limits on itself in that framework. So that's why if there was a Human Rights Act, that would provide that framework with which universally parliaments would apply, and that's always been part of the argument that we've had. So that's And then further onto that, how do you address it now? In our submission, we've advocated that there needs to be transparency in the use of automated decisions, and whether that applies for investigations that are occurring, use in the justice system. What fundamentally underpins any use of AI is the transparency of its use, and when it came into play alongside the review process that may have been undertaken by a human.
Can I pick up on that? Because that was one of my questions. What does transparency look like to you? Is it like you've got a disclaimer basically saying that this decision was made with the aid of AI, or is it as detailed as having the whole, I don't know, an algorithm associated with the decision making that people can go and investigate? Where does the level really lie?
When you think about particularly if the state is using it, for example, the behemoth of the state against the individual is well known, and that's why we have core principles for underpinning the rule of law, such as the presumption of innocence and the right to silence and those things as well. Certainly in the transparency realm, when you have the individual against state actors, for example, whether they're the police or health, making determinations, an ethical stance would be a proactive disclosure rather than it hidden perhaps on a website on page 39 that no one visits. So a proactive disclosure is transparency, and we're advocating that. Certainly we're seeing that in guidelines and reports coming from different jurisdictions on how to, when solicitors and their obligations to the court, to disclose to the court when they've used artificial intelligence or generative AI. So there's an expectation certainly from the bench that occurs, and certainly as part of that framework, a proactive disclosure.
And does that also apply to private organisations?
Yes.
And potentially like an opt-in, so you say a customer of, a legal firm might decide, given the option, do you want an augmented solicitor or, like you're just biological one? But look, an opt-in...
We think they're good enough as they are.
We're about to find out. But is that the type of thing you're talking about? Like, so in terms of transparency, you give people the option to opt in or not?
Certainly, Chair. I can speak from the framework for solicitors in New South Wales, where we have ethical obligations which are heavily regulated in relation to our disclosure to clients, our obligations to the court and the community at large. And again, the guidance that we're putting out for solicitors and legal professionals in New South Wales is that those obligations have stayed true and held firm, whether it's the development from the letter to the facsimile to email to Google. Certainly AI falls within those frameworks, and on the point of transparency in your ethical obligation, in any disclosure and dealing with your client, it may incorporate, for example, in a cost disclosure, that you may be using generative AI, for example. But certainly disclosure and transparency forms a fundamental of any ethical framework moving forward.
Thank you.
Can I just very quickly add to that?
Certainly.
Firstly, and again, this has already been mentioned, that the Department of Industry, Science and Resources is currently having a live consultation on the framework, including the ethical framework, and has raised questions about legal questions. So the broader draft Principle 6 deals expressly with transparency and explainability, and that is the subject of some debate. And if I could draw the committee's attention to that, I think that is the line of inquiry that then extrapolates what's just been said to a broader community, and essentially deals with explainability in a way that a human would understand what has happened under that system. So it's not a simple disclaimer in the way that we as lawyers would understand. It's actually much more far-reaching than that. And on that note, I would want to invite the committee to consider these issues, taking back the comments that have already been made by the President about harmonisation. It would be very, very counterproductive, certainly from a legal perspective, to have these standards embodied in different instruments that speak to different issues at different time. So we really would reiterate the emphasis and the plea that this is an opportunity to harmonise and to create, if there is an appetite to regulate, that regulatory framework needs to be sufficiently harmonised, or at least flexible enough to be principles-based and technology neutral, that you're not going to have conflict with what are quite important standards. And again, echoing back on how much we're leaning on jurisprudence in other jurisdictions, be it California or Europe, some of these issues are already defined, and some of those issues are existing kind of jurisprudential norms. So when we talk about automated decision making, when we talk about human rights and the borrowing that we have from the EU, they come with a package deal, so to speak. So we need to really consider that. So I think this is a really valuable discussion to underscore the need for harmonisation. It's not a nice to have. In our view, that is an essential ingredient of a successful framework.
May I add? I'm sorry.
Yes, certainly.
Sorry, if I could just add a few more comments on what the President stated. The Bar Association has also last year issued ethical guidelines on the use of generative AI for barristers. You'll see it's one of the case studies that we've referred to. I can provide copies. I've even got hard copies. I hate to say it here if you want them. But what we've tried to stress is that generative AI, and if there are later forms, are just a tool, and it's going to be a tool that all lawyers are expected to at least be aware of. It highlights that the barrister remains responsible for the delivery of the services, and your duties not just of competence and diligence and to make sure you don't mislead a court, but also duties of care to your clients to make sure that you actually do the right thing and do the proper research and get the right answer if possible. And if you point out the failings of AI, if you point out what it is, so you demystify, you look inside the black box and you try to say it's literally a statistics algorithm that draws on patterns in the text it was trained on and outputs them randomly, sort of like autocorrect in a phone. If you understand that it's not doing any thinking and it is just regurgitating things statistically from what it's been trained on, you are then aware, for example, of the problems with hallucinations or outright fabrications, and also the fact that it may give misleading or incorrect answers, not through that, simply through leaving something out.
I'm wondering if there are AI systems being tested in Australian courts at all at the moment.
I'm not aware of any being tested in courts. I am aware that the large legal publishers are obviously working on legal-focused AIs, because one of the great advantages of a ChatGPT style AI is you don't need to be an expert in the query syntax you're doing. You need to define something in a database, and for a lot of users, it's a lot easier to write a natural language, plain English style query, and generative AI turns out to be very good at that. And I think the legal research and legal searching area is going to see a lot of competition probably fairly soon, and that is a very useful use of AI, again, as a tool that a lawyer can use, as a barrister can use, a solicitor can use, as long as it's not something that they're reliant on and don't check.
Well, thank you very. I don't think there's any more questions.
Thank you.
We very much appreciate you taking the time today to come and give evidence. It is very, very useful, and we again thank you for your comprehensive and very useful submissions and recommendations. So thank you very much for both attending and your submissions. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, colleagues, the time has come for lunch. Hurrah. Welcome back to some of my colleagues, and welcome to ICAC. Before we kick off, if I could just get you, starting with you, Mr. Rangot, to state your name, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Lewis Alexander Rangot. I'm the Executive Director of Corruption Prevention at the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic.
Yes. Yes, I'm Paul Lakatos, Lakatos. I'm one of the commissioners of the New South Wales ICAC. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Do you have an opening or introductory statement to give?
Thank you. I do, if you'll bear with me. I'll try and keep it fairly concise. Thanks for inviting us to this parliamentary inquiry. As with many innovations, and perhaps more pointedly with artificial intelligence, the advances bring both challenges and associated problems. It's long been recognised in law enforcement areas that the law has had difficulties in keeping pace with technological development, particularly and consequently with the ability to legislate against and detect unlawful and improper behaviour flowing from the use of such technologies. The increase in evidence comprising digital data is well captured in a quote from David Ormerod, who is the Chair of Criminal Law at the University College of London, when he gave evidence to the House of Lords Science and Technology Committee inquiry into forensic science on the 6th of November 2018. Mr. Ormerod said, in a simple street robbery 20 years ago, the complainant, the defendant, an eyewitness and a handful of others might have been able to contribute some small scientific evidence. Now the potential is for that evidence to be that of those witnesses, coupled with their mobile phone evidence identifying where they were at particular times, the messages from the complainants and the defendants' mobile phones, the dashcam footage from public and private vehicles going by, the CCTV evidence, the armband/Fitbit wearing defendant who can demonstrate that his heart rate was not escalated at the time of the robbery, and so on. Mr. Ormerod completed this by saying the risk is that the investigators and subsequently the trial then drown in the data. And the drowning in the data is, of course, one of the big issues of organisations such as ours and others. The Commission recognises the need, firstly, to understand the artificial intelligence technology, to identify its benefits and its dangers, and to apply it usefully to our legislative functions, which may be summarised as investigating corrupt conduct, examining the laws and practices applicable to public authorities and public officials in order to facilitate the discovery of corrupt conduct, and educate and advise public authorities, public officials and the community. The Commission embraces the challenge to apply artificial intelligence to its functions and encourages other public bodies and officials to do so in assisting them to better prevent and detect corruption. Although outside the ambit of our work, the Commission has noted other submissions which appear to us to be sound, that particularly large private organisations, and more relevantly those that supply public services, must also embrace the challenge. We wish to emphasise that the Commission can only speak of the impacts of artificial intelligence upon the work we do in the corruption prevention and detection area, as we are, in effect, procurers of that technology and consumers. That notwithstanding, we recognise that if the Commission does not keep up with such advances, the quality of our work will be substantially degraded. The Commission therefore can speak to the application and effect of artificial intelligence in two broad areas. Firstly, the capacity of that technology to assist in the detection and analysis of digital evidence. And secondly, the ease with which such technology will enable people to subvert and contravene the law and other proper processes. As with other law enforcement agencies and anti-corruption bodies around the world, a significant proportion of the evidence we now acquire and therefore need to understand and process comes in digital form. That is the product of computers, communication devices and other like devices. For example, in line with international experience, digital data comprises 90% of the property or evidence received by the Commission. That has varied from 18 terabytes in the year 2014 up to 62 to 48 terabytes in the periods 2018-19, 22-2023. Just so that there's some handle on this for the people not so acquainted with computer technology and its capacity, 1 terabyte equates to 83 million pages of data. For every terabyte of data, Commission staff have performed between 80,000 and 95,000 searches of that data. The quantity and size of the data required and the requiring scrutiny is simply outside the capacity of the staff of an organisation such as ours to be able to deal with efficiently. In November 2023, the Commission established an AI strategy team with the purpose of assessing the current state of adoption of artificial intelligence and the gaps within our system, formulating and implementing a strategy, and facilitating artificial intelligence awareness training. Currently, the Commission does use a number of software platforms incorporating artificial intelligence in the course of its analysis and investigation functions. The immediate application of artificial intelligence in the work of the Commission will focus upon the management of complaints, of which we receive between 2,000 and 3,000 per annum. This is a labour-intensive task which requires triaging, summarising and analysis of complaints to determine whether the matter should be pursued and if so, how. The second area in which artificial intelligence is applied in the Commission relates to the redaction of irrelevant information from documents which are to be released publicly, that is to say, in the course of a public inquiry. The second substantial area in which artificial intelligence impacts upon the work of the Commission is in the potential for such technology to facilitate bad actors in engaging in corrupt conduct and subverting or avoiding their legal obligations. The Commission has not yet dealt with any allegations where it was contended advanced technology was used to perpetrate serious corrupt conduct, but we believe that with significant steps in innovation already being taken, that will occur in the near or not so distant future. Preventing such activity in areas related to corruption and investigating matters as well as attributing responsibility for such conduct to identifiable people presents a further significant challenge to the effective work of the Commission in the future. To further the knowledge of Commission staff and facilitate the application of artificial intelligence in our work, the Commission, in conjunction with other corruption agencies, has become part of the National Anti-Corruption Investigation Network, which was established to share challenges and knowledge exchange in corruption investigations. There is a current proposal supportive of a joint agency study to unify research efforts in managing extensive digital data and to keep pace with worldwide technological advancements. In addition, the Commission is in dialogue with an academic from Sydney University, to study the impacts of artificial intelligence on corruption prevention and investigations. The Commission is aware of and acknowledges the work of the New South Wales Ombudsman, Cyber Security New South Wales, Information and Privacy Commission, experts from academia and others who are at the forefront of research and analysis of the development and application of artificial intelligence. We have read many of the submissions made to this parliamentary inquiry, each of which makes substantial contributions to the discussion, and in particular commend the analysis in the Australian Research Council Centre for Excellence in Automated Decision-Making in Society, which adverts to the many risks and benefits more applicable to the areas in which the Commission operates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I've got a preliminary question, and that is, you said that you're working with the National Anti-Corruption Network on a cohesive national response to AI and how you can use it and manage the risks. In your submission, you say there are significant risks, including hallucinations. We're all worried about those, about the accuracy of data and analysis. How is the ICAC and other agencies managing the use of AI and dealing with those potential risks?
I think it's fair to say that we're still at the formative stages of all of this. At the moment, each individual state body and the Commonwealth body is grappling with its own issues. And the object of this cooperation is that we all join together, hopefully identify similar problems and address them. The short answer is how is not yet known, but I think those are questions which are very relevant and are on the minds of us all as we go forward. Lewis, do you want to add to that?
And so really we've just dipped the tip of our big toe in the water, Mr. Chairman, so we're not really using it in any substantial way at all, so we're adopting a pretty cautious approach. As the Commissioner said, all anti-corruption agencies are dealing with this digital data problem. Standard off-the-market e-discovery platforms all have a search function in them, and as these platforms develop, that search function will come with packaged up AI capability, whether that's marketing speak or it's real. We're still testing that out, but that's the logical place where some of our work will edge into.
Fantastic. Dr. Kane?
Thank you, Mr. Erngott and Commissioner, for joining us today in the submission. I have a question which goes to your introduction, Commissioner, and also goes to a question that I asked the ICAC committee on the 11th of December at a hearing we had here, when I did ask, how ICAC was looking at handling things like deep fakes. And the answer I was given was that there was this establishment of the AI team and strategy, which you referenced in your introduction. So I wondered if you could talk a bit about how far that's gone along and where that's headed, that team and that strategy, which just seemed to have started when I got that answer in December.
I think it'd be fair to say that we're still in the early stages and don't have the answers. I was aware of the question you asked the Chief Commissioner. I suppose, to put it absolutely bluntly, we've formed the committee and the committee's considering the problems. That's as best I can put it.
Okay, all right. So the basis of your submission was sort of largely thinking hypothetically and starting that kind of discussion process around the issues. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I might add that some of our sister agencies, they are a combination of a corruption agency and also a crime agency, so in Queensland and Western Australia, for instance. So the deep fake problem is more likely to be at the attention of sort of more traditional policing models, and so it's more likely those agencies will be on the front foot, and our colleagues at the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, it's possibly more of an issue for them. So that's one of the reasons of trying to work together across a number of different commissions. So we haven't seen in our own evidence collections what people would sort of think of as a deep fake in terms of, the Biden one, for instance, that's been in the press recently. So that's not popping up just yet. But at the heart of a lot of our cases, we see lots of fake documents, but it's more likely to be a fake invoice or a fake CV or a fake email. And so the ability of AI to produce better fakes of those types of things is coming with it.
Just following on from that, in your submission it says, if harm becomes apparent, the black box nature of algorithms can increase plausible deniability. Victims can be, in relation to the creation of these documents, victims can become psychologically abstract and removed from the conduct, and responsibility can be deflected to the technology. Is that something that we should be particularly worried about? It sounds like it, that in effect it creates the technology could create a firewall between a perpetrator and justice in a way.
We think it'll make our job more difficult, but I think the problem, again, we haven't encountered this, but I picture the day when someone is sitting before the Commissioner, they're shown a document and then they say, I didn't make that document, the computer did it, and we have to get to the bottom of that somehow.
I think it's a very real problem, Mr. Chair, as well. It's been adverted to both overseas in the United Kingdom and also, I think, from various academics in this country, that when in the criminal law you have to prove that somebody intended to do something and in fact has used ChatGPT to write a document, does the intention go with the product? And there is plausible deniability sometimes. And of course, those programs, as I understand it, I've not used it, so I'm not speaking from experience, can sometimes fill in extra bits which, if a person is not attentive to what's being filled in, may turn out to be unwittingly false. and not intentionally false. So plausible deniability, pinning criminal responsibility and or any other sort of responsibility on the person might be difficult in those circumstances.
Dr. Kane?
No. Come on, I've got more.
In your submission, I think it's page 6, paragraph 2, you identify the risk that autonomous AI applications might themselves be involved in wrongdoing. What does that look like? Do you have an example of what that might be?
Not a live one in front of us. I can answer this way. So normally when someone comes before us and we're alleging they've engaged in corrupt conduct, they have a target in mind. They're only thinking 1 or 2 steps ahead. So the idea of an orchestrated piece of software development that leads to corrupt conduct,
so
that leads to a
bad
target.
actor creating a program rather than a program itself going off into some sort of corrupt behaviour. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. So if the program just doesn't work, doesn't do what it's supposed to do, wouldn't be corruption per se, although we'd always want to look at that. But I think the expression I've seen used is someone poisoning the well. They deliberately create a piece of AI that's deliberately biased or deliberately coughs up certain answers that the author wants it to make.
So would you
it's a little bit hypothetical.
Would you see the role of the Commission in the future expanding into looking at the developers of such programs as part of anti-corruption work that you do?
So I think that's probably necessary because, I mean, as Lewis was saying, both the program and the data which is input into the program, which might be biased or skewed, has a human source, clearly enough. And whilst the law is uncertain around all of this area, as I've indicated in the criminal law context, it does seem to us that ultimately there might become a point of time when if a program is doing bad things, to put it bluntly, then there needs to be an attribution of responsibility. It's the human actor who precedes it that may need to be held accountable in some form.
So there's a mention...
Sorry, just Dr. Kane.
Sorry, you go.
We've been doing this all day.
I keep interrupting her.
Apologies.
So I'll let Sarah go.
I do have a couple of questions. In your submission, and again, this might be sort of suggestions at this stage, but we do have particularly more government agencies coming in this afternoon, so I'd be interested. In your submission, you say that AI can assist agencies to identify corruption, but is dependent on their capabilities. And I just was wondering what capabilities in particular you think the agencies would require in order to use AI to identify corruption.
Well, I think the accepted wisdom is that modern technology, whether it's AI or not, is better than humans at spotting red flags, for instance. So the red flag might be a suspicious invoice. And if the computer program says, here's your suspicious invoice, you need to have the cognition to be able to understand what the red flag really is and what to do next. That seems to be the most basic level of understanding someone would need to deal with the outputs of the program.
So you mean, so the capabilities you're talking about are capabilities in using those kinds of systems or some kind of higher level, higher order kind of capability?
More the former. I'm not really anticipating that a New South Wales government agency will be off creating its own fraud detection software. That'll be on the market and you would buy it from the market. You would pay someone to point it at your data, but interpreting the results would be the main area.
Well, a related question, I guess, then is I noticed that you talk about, I'm also interested in procurement. We have a parallel inquiry, just about everything, but one is procurement at the moment. And you talk about procurement, and you talk about an AI system used in Brazil to identify red flags in the public procurement process. And I just wondered if you could give any more information on that, or you might need to take this on notice, but I can't see a reference for us to look up and get a bit more detail on it. So if you have any more detail now, that would be great, but if not, if you could provide it, that would be helpful.
If you provide the fine detail on notice, but as I understand that particular matter, it was relatively basic use of technology. It was really comparing data in one pool over here and data in another pool over there and matching them and finding some red flags. And I think in that particular case it was something we see very commonly in our work. It's a public servant who's awarding contracts to their own company without disclosing the conflict. So that's rudimentary use of technology, really.
Okay.
How commonly do you see that? Sorry, that doesn't get outside the term.
That's for the other inquiry.
That's for the other inquiry.
Like our world
the
looks at
down
corrupt
here.
conduct through a lens of matters reported to us as suspected of being corrupt. We see this quite often in our work, yes.
The
So there's
Brazilian, I'm sorry, the Brazilian model seems to have been developed by the World Bank.
Yeah.
Obviously one of the big issues there was that their data pool was fairly extensive. So to actually set up such a system in the first place would be problematic, expensive and time consuming, but that obviously yielded much success in finding these various connections which otherwise might not have been found.
Thank you.
Mr. Rangat, and I might have missed this, I came in a bit late, but how do you say, and you talk about it in your submission, how do you see AI helping the Commission in its work? It's a major threat, of course, but how do you see it helping?
So we think perhaps the main areas are, as the Commissioner mentioned, just the number of terabytes, which is just more than a single one of our investigators could really get their head around. So assisting in the review of that electronic evidence would be the main area. Similarly, we get in the neighbourhood of 2.5, heading up towards 4,000 complaints each year, plus a number of other queries. So in some ways, automating aspects of that. So a complainant might come to us with a 500-page complaint tagged with evidence and all sorts of bits of information. At the moment, a human being goes through all of that and writes a report. So if we can speed that up, that would be of assistance to us. And then some of the basic things that the Commissioner mentioned, when we put evidence on our public website, a human being at the moment manually redacts bank account numbers and phone numbers and things like that and email addresses. If a computer can do that for us and we're satisfied with the quality, then it's probably going to do a better job than a human being. There are some examples.
Why do you necessarily think it would do a better job than a human being?
Well, when I say better, I might mean faster.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, but anyway.
And not only faster, it depends on the amount of data. If we can't get to it, then it doesn't get done, and if a machine can, at least we've got to first base, I suppose, in that exercise. I mean, I understand now in the federal court and others, they've got a technology-assisted review, which is a system which those courts, the federal court and one other, I think Victoria, have enabled practitioners to use AI to discover and put forward discoverable documents. So that now has some validity in the court process, a similar sort of exercise.
I mean, obviously, you've got to, you and the courts, I suppose, have got to use it carefully because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And AI is, a learning technology, but how do you know that it's learnt sufficient, or are you going to tutor it?
Yes. Yeah.
And how does the ICAC, because you must have you do have investigative powers, but how do you, do you have the regulatory powers or the, enshrined in a statute that you would need to unleash a AI bot to go and do searches, say of you're not securing documents or a hard drive from someone. What if you're using a bot to go and search through files and to scour the internet or those types of things?
I think they're interested.
Yeah, does the ICAC actually have the powers, or does it foresee it will need new powers to be able to unleash or, utilise AI to do some of its investigative work?
Can I say, as I sit here and think about, the answer is that we would still need powers of compulsion to get access to the information, and there's been a recent amendment to the Law Enforcement Digital Access Orders Act which has allowed us and others to apply for warrants which would permit us to compel people to give up passwords and so on to their computers and get access to electronic data. So we need to get access to it. Once we've got lawful access to it, as I sit here, it may be that we have sufficient powers to sift through that material. If it's open source data, well, unfortunately, a lot of the people we deal with don't necessarily put their material on open source data. It would make it much more helpful, but I don't think that's probably such a big issue. So digital access orders are already here, and yes, we would and already have using AI-assisted investigative techniques to try and sift through the masses of material that we have.
So I've got a question arising from what is on page 8 of your submission about the risk of deference to AI.
Yes.
And that's something that we've already heard a little bit about in the context of the robo-debt issue, but also the post office scandal in the UK, which
Yes.
I'm not sure if you've heard about that or not.
Yes.
But I was just interested in your thoughts on how ICAC will properly and fairly deploy these sorts of AI applications that present a risk of undue deference in circumstances where courts, which have all the protections of the rules of evidence and disclosure and so forth, seem to have failed, at least in the UK.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about how in the context of an ICAC type body where, you know, people are being examined in public, in the commission, not with disclosure of material, not with rules of evidence, how are we going to protect people from undue deference to AI in that context?
Look, I answer that question in the abstract because we've not got to it, obviously, but the review processes that the Commission undergoes, so I found out in the last year and a half or two, are very extensive internally. Almost every decision, from really some of the most small decisions one might think, to the more serious ones such as public inquiries and who we investigate and so on, are run past all the senior people, including the commissioners, and all the interested investigators who are investigating these things, as well as the lawyers. All I can say is that things will slip through, undoubtedly, in the circumstance you put, but I really do think that in terms of how much human manpower we put into making sure that we don't allow any mistakes, including AI mistakes, to creep in, I think we're probably doing as much as we can do. That may prove inadequate, as it turns out. As everybody said, we're all on a learning curve here, but it's a very real issue, I agree.
So do you think there might be a role for legislative provisions that somehow speak to this risk of undue deference? Because it seems to me that in some circumstances, in a criminal case, for example, it might be ineffective failure of disclosure for undue deference to occur either at the investigation or prosecution phase or in the court phase. And I'm just wondering how you could mould a provision that ensures that's not occurring. Because if we're so concerned, for example, and early witnesses have talked about certain red lines or unacceptable risks, for example, in the application of the use of force by the state and so forth. But, I mean, is there much things more important than our judicial process, I suppose, and like processes?
The answer is no, I don't think there's too much more important, but then I would say that coming from where I've come from. Look, the only thing I can think of, and again, this is all developing, is that if you have to have a human putting his or her signature to a disclosure document who's answerable for proper disclosure, and that doesn't happen, then at least we can attribute responsibility. It may not undo a preceding miscarriage of justice, I accept that, but I'm not quite sure how you actually do it otherwise. I haven't thought about it long enough, so I can't give a definitive answer.
I think also when we eventually put this slightly more advanced technology into operation, our investigators, our users of this technology will have to be trained and understand that although they might not memorise the algorithm that's spitting out the results, they need to understand the exactly what the limitations of the technology are. They don't just press the button and it spits out the culprit and here's the evidence. So they'll need to intellectually engage with the technology that they're using and be trained.
And can I just ask, on that note, have you thought about whether, as part of the use of AI in your investigative processes, that it should be coupled with a degree of transparency where you explain to the public and to people appearing before ICAC exactly what you're deploying and how it's being used.
There is benefit in that approach subject to this rider. The courts have recognised elsewhere that if you disclose too much about various methodologies that you use, they can be subverted. And it's happened in the United Kingdom and elsewhere where people have tried to extract deleted items from a BlackBerry machine or a BlackBerry phone. And ultimately the courts in the United Kingdom have held that the gentleman that did it was not compelled to say how, because one, the commercial in confidence, which is the one that comes up often, but also because of the fact that they were fearful that those who misuse the technology can subvert these ways of discovering evidence. So the answer is, in principle, a good one. There might be difficulties in application.
In your submission, you say that there's an increasing trend for data breaches. I think 20% of the data breaches in 2023 that you're aware of involved social engineering schemes or impersonation. And I'm aware of a major it was in quite high profile recently, a Zoom meeting where a person was tricked into sending a large amount of money in a meeting online, in a Zoom meeting or something like that, with fake personalities. What do you, and you're saying that the public agencies are already at risk and suffering from this, what do you mean by social engineering schemes, and how does the government protect its agencies against those?
The social engineering schemes, as I understand it, are a scheme which takes the personal characteristics of a user using a computer and then wraps up a request or a demand in the personal information, hence making it look like it's a genuine request by a genuine body. How you stop it, it's a question on notice. I think we're all grappling with that. I don't think we've encountered a practical application in ICAC, but it's probably not, again, it's not likely to affect our work itself directly. It may affect what the people we're investigating do and how that's done.
There's a couple of reasons to be worried about this. Because of the transparency of government operations, including this proceeding here, it's not that difficult to go and find out quite a lot of information about senior public servants and about politicians. All the words you've uttered in the Parliament are publicly available. So you could be targeted, we could be targeted in that way because of that volume of public information. The reason to be slightly less concerned is any properly run government agency, it's hard to get the money out the door. You need to have a purchase order, get it signed off, talk to finance, get the money out the door. So in some ways, small and medium-sized businesses are the target there, because if you can fool the owner, they can just authorise any amount of money going out of their bank account. So I suspect if the fraudsters are targeting those organisations with the weakest banking and finance controls, and that's not generally the public sector.
Do you have any other questions, colleagues?
No, not from me.
No. Well, look, we very much appreciate your submission and the work that ICAC does. We appreciate you taking the time to come here today and give evidence and answer the questions. It's been very, very helpful. There may be some further questions, supplementary questions, which we'll get to you via the Secretariat in due course. But thank you both for coming today and giving evidence. We, again, very much appreciate it.
Yes, and we're happy to assist where we can. Of course, it's a bit of the blind leading the blind at the moment for us, but we'll do our best.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee Number 1's inquiry and hearings into artificial intelligence. We thank you for your attendance today, for your service, and also for the submissions your agencies have provided. Very much appreciated. Before we begin, we'll just have to, starting with Mr. Clayton, if you could just state your name, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation, please.
Sure. Chris Clayton, Chief Operating Officer at the New South Wales Ombudsman's Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Mr. Miller.
Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCallum.
Thank you. Rachel McCallum, New South Wales Information Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. And Ms. Minutillo.
Thank you. Sonia Minutillo, Acting Privacy Commissioner, New South Wales Information and Privacy Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Do each of the agencies have an introductory statement to make? Well, I'll start with you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are on Gadigal land and paying respects to elders past and present, as well as to the children of today who are the elders of the future. As you know, we've provided a written submission to the committee, and so I'll keep the opening statement brief, just to outline some context about the New South Wales Ombudsman's work and particular focus in relation to AI. The particular jurisdiction of an ombudsman is maladministration, which includes but is broader than unlawful conduct by government agencies. We handle complaints about it, we can investigate and make findings about it when it has happened, and we make recommendations and try to provide guidance so that it doesn't happen again in the future. In that context, in recent years, we came to focus quite deeply on AI, or automated decision making, which can be one application of AI. After observing that there was a lot of discussion, debate and effort in government, academia, at all sorts of conferences and roundtables and events about the future potential of AI, the kinds of AI capabilities that might be just around the corner, and exploring the potential harms and benefits they might bring, and the kind of regulation that might be needed to control them. However, what we also observed was that these discussions did not tend to talk much, if at all, about the extent to which agencies were already using automated decision-making technologies. That was something we ourselves only really began to fully appreciate when we started looking closely at a particular debt recovery system being used by Revenue New South Wales. So our focus really has been on the here and now. What systems are agencies currently using or developing, and how might that use involve, or better yet avoid, maladministration? In relation to that, there were two things that particularly concerned us. First was the general lack of visibility of what ADM was being used in government and what it was being used for. Although it was well known anecdotally that agencies were increasingly adopting ADM systems, there was not a lot of public information beyond a handful of well-known examples, which in some cases only came to public attention because something had gone wrong. We noted agencies had no obligation to proactively publish details of ADM systems or inform members of the public when decisions were made with the support of them. The second concern was what seemed to us to be a broad lack of appreciation among government agencies and officials about the legal frameworks that already existed and how they control the use of ADM. It was almost as if there was a view that because the technological tools were new, or because they were not expressly prohibited or regulated, that their use was unregulated unless and until new laws were made specifically to deal with them. Of particular concern was the risk of ADM projects being perceived, developed and run primarily through the lens of being an IT project, without proper consideration of the fact that they are first and foremost about the lawful performance of an administrative, usually statutory function. Our work over the last few years has really been about addressing these two concerns. On November 2021, our special report to Parliament, titled The New Machinery of Government, addressed that second point. we took a close look at how existing principles of administrative law and good decision-making apply when agencies seek to automate, including part automate, their administrative functions. The aim of that report was to get on the front foot and provide proactive guidance to agencies with a view to helping them avoid maladministration, particularly before it came to us or some other body in the form of a complaint, investigation, royal commission or court action. The follow-up to that work was the report we tabled on Friday with a map of automated decision-making in the New South Wales public sector. I'll just speak very briefly about that report. We engaged researchers at the ARC Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision-Making and Society, two of whom you've already met in this hearing. It represents the first attempt in New South Wales to comprehensively identify and publish the ways in which the public sector is using or planning to use automated decision-making in the performance of their functions. The report includes a compendium of 275 such systems reported to be in use or planned to be in use. There are a range of interesting and important observations made by the researchers in their report. A few takeaways to note. Automation is widespread, varied and increasing across both state government and local councils. Currently, most of the use cases do not make a final decision and do not involve fully automated decision-making processes. Many of the systems reported through the project are currently not subject to any ADM or AI-specific regulatory framework. The research team looked more closely at a smaller sample of cases, and of those, they found that less than half had had any legal input at the design stage. As I said, our focus in this work has really been about the here and now. What laws and principles currently govern ADM use by government agencies? How is ADM currently being used? And what can agencies do to avoid their ADM being found to involve maladministration? However, we also hope that our work will assist government, Parliament and the public to consider whether improvements are required to be made to the reporting and regulatory framework for ADM use in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. McCullum.
Thank you. Chair and members, I welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and I'd also like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on Gadigal land. As you may be aware, my appointment as Information Commissioner and CEO of the Information and Privacy Commission only commenced last week. So I would like to thank now, therefore, the small but dedicated team at the IPC as well as the Acting Privacy Commissioner here today for their support during my first week. It is a challenging but also opportune time to assume responsibilities for regulating access to government information. As the new Information Commissioner, I am responsible for overseeing the transparency regime established under the Government Information Public Access Act 2009, known affectionately as the GIPA Act. GIPA's transparency regime creates a legal presumption that government-held information will be made available unless there is an overriding public interest against disclosure. As the IPC's submission to this inquiry notes, it is the object of the GIPA Act to maintain and advance a system of responsible and representative democratic government that is open, accountable, fair and effective. A workable system of enforceable rights to access government information is therefore at the heart of New South Wales democracy. That transparency should continue to be protected as AI is deployed across the New South Wales public sector. As the Ombudsman has noted, his report on the adoption of automated decision-making tabled last Friday demonstrates how technology in the public sphere is already being used at scale. Since the IPC made its submission to this inquiry, there have also been significant international and Australian announcements about the future of AI regulation. In January, the Australian Government released its interim response to its consultation on safe and responsible AI in Australia. AI regulation in the EU and the United States has moved forward. And in November 2023, national participants at the AI Safety Summit at Bletchley signed a historic declaration. All of these recognise the importance of privacy, transparency and explainability for managing risks of AI. These developments can assist New South Wales to take a consistent approach to investment in transparency around AI at the subnational level. In the integrity space, such investment may include updating existing New South Wales access legislation to ensure it remains fit for purpose, expanding the remit of existing independent integrity bodies and supporting them to work together on AI-based issues, providing additional AI governance support for agencies as they implement new policy or legal frameworks. The IPC's submission to this inquiry made a number of specific and important suggestions for refinements to the GIPA Act. The Act has worked well in its application to digital records, but these changes will ensure it aligns with increased technology-based decision-making by agencies. Our collective understanding of how to regulate effectively for AI, however, will evolve. I look forward, therefore, to working with Parliament and the Government to develop useful responses now without constraining our ability to adapt further into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McCullum. If I could begin, the government's developed, the question I suppose it's to Mr Miller, the government has developed the AI assurance framework, and in your submission and your evidence just then you were saying that that the machine technology, AI, ADM, whatever you want to call it, it sounds like it's already pervasive throughout agencies. Is that assurance framework robust, and is it being applied as you've seen it in the various iterations of the technology in our public institutions?
So the AI assurance framework we consider to be a useful step forward in the internal, within government regulation of AI. A couple of points to note about it, however. One is the limitations on its application. So firstly, it is only prospectively applied. So many of the systems that were identified through the research report on Friday are systems that have been in place for some period of time, well before that assurance framework came into effect. So it would have no application to them. The other point is that the main oversight element of that assurance framework is reviewed by a assurance review board, and that review only occurs in respect of a relatively small number of AI projects that fall within the criteria of the assurance framework. So there's a financial threshold, I think it's $5 million. There's a definitional threshold about it has to be AI as defined in that framework, which many of the ADM systems that were identified again through the research probably would not fall within that technical definition of AI. And it also covers projects that were funded through the government's Digital Restart Fund. So
just sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
So do you think it's too narrow then? Do you think it should be retrospective, considering that, well, I don't know, I haven't read the entirety of that report, but do you think it should be retrospective, and do you think that the thresholds are too narrow or too high, as it were?
My understanding was that there was in development already within government assurance framework 2.0, if you like, and I caught Professor Opperman's evidence yesterday, which seemed to suggest that there are question marks about the status of that. Briefly, to answer your question, I think the current version of the assurance framework is of limited value as in terms of being a comprehensive regulatory tool for controlling the use of AI and automated decision-making in government, yes.
The other question I have is, you said that AI is not operating, in your report, is not operating in a legal vacuum. We already have administrative law, so that applies to AI as it comes in. What areas of law reform do you think we need in terms of administrative law to make our systems more robust?
Yeah, it's a good question, because our focus as Ombudsman has tended to be on effectively compliance by government agencies with what exists now, rather than advising Parliament about what it should do about reforms in the future. But what I will say is that administrative law is technologically agnostic, so it sets out principles. So it should apply, and it does apply, irrespective of the technology that's being used for decisions. But there will be some, at least, uncertainty initially in terms of how exactly it applies in some areas. And I'll give a couple of examples. One is the right to reasons. Not every administrative decision comes with a right to reasons, but some do. There are questions about what does that mean in the context of a decision that was made by or with the support of AI or other technology. Similarly, the right to be heard, which is a central element of procedural fairness. Does your right to be heard entail the right to be told about how the decision was made? Because a right to be heard is in effect meaningless if you don't know what you're being heard about. The other significant, I think, at least uncertainty, possibly gap, is around the issue of bias. So in administrative law, there is a rule against bias, but that rule has been developed around the concept of individual human beings having or being perceived to have bias in their individual decision making. It is less clear that that rule would apply to the kind of systemic algorithmic bias that we're talking about as potentially occurring in the context of an ADM. So I think there is scope. And I heard Professor Bennett Moses speak earlier today about looking at particular areas of law, whether it's admin law, liability law, copyright law, and kind of assessing the current legal frameworks in all of those areas to see whether there are uncertainties that can be made, certain gaps that can be filled. And I think those are some of them in the administrative law domain.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Chair, and good afternoon to all of you. The report that was released on Friday, unfortunately I have not read all of it yet, but I skimmed through some of it, and thank you very much for that detailed piece of work, which I think is going to be very useful. I noticed the STMP, the Suspect Target Management Plan comments, and I think this is really interesting because, as you say, this is a system that has been criticised for enabling sort of intrusive and discriminatory policing. I was not aware that it had now sitting behind it a method for assessing an individual's risk based on a sort of a new sort of ADR that's sort of automating, generating a short list of people to target. How does, I guess, can you talk us through sort of how that happens without it being, without anybody knowing about it, I guess, and what should we be trying to do in response to that?
Yeah, I'll just specifically on the police example. One thing I should make clear is that our report is in 4 volumes, and 2 of those volumes are authored by our researchers, our external researchers, and 2 of the volumes are authored by us. And one thing we make clear is that the opinions expressed in the researchers' reports are their opinions and not necessarily the Ombudsman's opinions. And I particularly need to make that clear in respect of police because, as you'll be aware, general oversight responsibility for police has moved away from the Ombudsman to another body, the LEC. And so generally speaking, I don't consider it sort of my place to comment or critique on police conduct. So, but to the broader point about authority, it's a really good one because there's a point we made in our 2021 report, which is that under the rule of law, as an individual citizen, you can do whatever you like unless it's prohibited. But if you are a government agency or an administrator, you can only do what you are authorised to do. So it's almost the reverse. It's rather than agencies being free to do whatever they like unless it's prohibited, agencies like police can only do what they have been authorised to do. And in most cases, that means authorised by Parliament. In the context of the adoption of technology, whether it's AI or what have you, there are very few pieces of legislation in New South Wales that expressly authorise agencies to use it. There are some examples. There's, I think, the Jury Act is an example where there's an express power for the sheriff to adopt an automated decision-making tool to select jurors. Good piece of legislation in my respectful view. But most agencies that are using technology are relying on what they believe is an implied authority in the legislation. So if the legislation confers a function on an agency, I won't use a police example, but an agency to make a decision, and that's all it does, then they would say that implicit within that is authority to use whatever technology assists in the making of that decision, so long as it's consistent with the legislation. I think there's a question for Parliament there, given that the authority ultimately comes from Parliament, whether it's express or implied, it's the authority given to agencies by Parliament, whether Parliament wants to, in some cases, make clear that that authority does not exist, so whether there are use cases where Parliament says, this is a use case we prohibit. Even where that's not the case, though, if an agency is coming forward, particularly with new legislation, with a new power or a new function, I think it is open and appropriate for Parliament to be asking the question about how do you intend to exercise this power? Do you intend to use technology? And if agencies are intending to use technology, to ask, why is that not made express in the legislation? Because if it were made express in the legislation, Parliament would then have the opportunity to consider, well, what safeguards need to be put around that technology? Not just authorising it, but does that mean that we will authorise it, but we will also, in the legislation, confer, for example, a clear right that if the technology makes a decision with which someone disagrees, that they have a right to an appeal mechanism through a human being. Should the legislation specify the degree of transparency around the technology? Should the legislation specify requirements around audits and testing that should happen with the technology, that sort of thing? But ultimately, to come back to your question, police are able to do this, assuming they are able to do it, because there is an implied authority under the legislation that confers their functions for them to use technology in the exercise of those functions.
And there's no, I guess, in your review, did you find any instances where the use of technology was then needing to be approved by somebody? Was there any, as in by somebody of a higher sort of level than the people using it?
No, and this is interesting. I won't waste time by trying to find it in the research report, but there is a section of the detailed research report that talks about authority and where it came from. And perhaps one of the things that surprised me a little bit in the research was that point about at what level were decisions being made. There were very few decisions to develop and implement ADM systems that went to Cabinet, for example, that were identified as going to Cabinet. There were a few that even went to the Minister. And it was apparent through the process of surveying agencies that it's not the case, for example, that the Secretary of the Department has visibility, let alone decision-making authority, over all of the ADM systems within their own department. So it is certainly the case, and I think the research bears this out, that decisions are being made at a relatively disaggregated and potentially quite low level within an organisation.
So another example, which I was referring to earlier today, was something I found out in police estimates a little while ago, which is in relation to the use of facial recognition technology. And the exchange I had there with the police officials was around, have you tested this for bias? The answer was no, they hadn't, but they didn't think that was a problem. One of the questions I was trying to tease out earlier in one of the earlier sessions today was, at what point is it okay that you have a biased system or a system that's potentially biased, where you then have a human in there as a cross-check, before any action is taken in relation to an individual. I think we can see from the STMP that it's not just. I guess it's not that bias is not easily cured by having, a human looking at it as well. Do you have any reflections on that, or is it sort of from your review? Did you see?
I don't think there's anything in the review because we didn't. The review, the research was primarily about increasing transparency about the existence of these systems rather than seeking to audit, if you like, the systems against any of those matters. I would agree with your proposition that if an ADM system is infected with algorithmic bias, that having a human in the loop or a human on top is not a solution to that problem. And part of the reason is the one you've identified, which is that the systemic bias may not be apparent and certainly won't be apparent in individual decisions that are going through that individual. Which points to the other problem of algorithmic bias is that it also won't be apparent to the person, the member of the public, who is affected by decisions using the system. And so that issue of, well, no one's complaining about it is also not a particularly rigorous response because, of course, no one is complaining about it. The point about systemic problems with these systems is that they're not apparent at the individual level, which points to broader issues about administrative justice, because our administrative justice system, by and large, is built upon a foundation of if a decision is made that is wrong or unfair to you, then you have a mechanism, whether it's judicial review, NCAT, administrative decisions, complaint to the Ombudsman. It's an inherently reactive system that relies on the individual to know that they have been wronged.
But Mr. Miller, can I just interrupt there? It's a really important point because you don't know what you don't know. So you say in your report that we need in effect a registry for all of these, so people know that they can find out where this technology is being applied and if it is being applied to them. So how do you see that being enacted, if at all?
I don't have a strong view about the calls that have been made from time to time about a centralised registry, and the research that we did was not intended to be the starting point or to create a registry, and we'll certainly have no intention of maintaining it going forward. What I think, though, is important is that for decisions that have a material impact on an individual, that individual, I believe, has the right to be informed if ADM was used in the making of that decision, an explanation that they can understand in general terms about how it was used, and the third element, the right to challenge that. And the right to challenge that may not necessarily be a right to prove that the system was flawed or biased or what have you, because I don't think you can legitimately expect members of the public to do that. But it might be an avenue of, I want my decision remade by a human being.
Can I just ask one more?
Sure, sorry.
Just for Ms McCallum and Ms Minitillo, I might be able to bring you in on this, but is there also an element of people assume the computer to be right? Like people assume that if a system has spat out that a person is of a particular risk of committing a crime or a person is not fit for a job or whatever the system has told you, is it harder to challenge that because there is this kind of assumed sort of the computer must know better? Is that an element, or it's a bit of a
deference?
I think
deference.
Yes. I think it was in the last.
Yeah. I think yes, that is an issue, and I think that a related issue is the one of creeping complacency. So, AI, when used by government agencies, is part of a system, and at the moment at least, that there are usually humans in that system as well, and that they're interacting. The issue with technological complacency is that even if the system is designed at the very beginning to be lawfully compliant, reasonable, fair, with humans who are trained, who understand the system, who are senior enough, competent enough, confident enough to form their own view and challenge the output of the machine, even if you get that right when the system is first launched, there is an inherent tendency towards complacency over time, whether it's the same people using the machine or, in years, new people are coming to use it, and it's seen to be right most of the time. So I think one of the challenges in this area, and I've talked elsewhere about the problem of talking about responsible AI as if it's a product that you just put it out there, here's some responsible AI and, set and forget, it's done. Where the problem can be that you've got to constantly be monitoring these sort of things to avoid issues like the one you've raised.
If I add to that?
Yeah, please.
If I add to that, and one of the ways in which it might be of assistance to ensure that there was that ongoing review by agencies or by the public institutions that are adopting AI is, as pointed out in the IPC submission, perhaps using the already well understood GIPA legislation to require additional transparency. So in relation to open access information of agencies and annual auditing by the IPC, for example, not of the technical capabilities of the technology, which may be an appropriate thing to have in another assurance framework, but in relation to enabling people and other institutions to understand what government is doing and to address any of the negative impacts that they may think are arising due to the deployment of AI. That transparency piece becomes a critical part of any future legislative framework. So we have made some suggestions of not really significant rewrites of the GIPA Act, but some additions that will perhaps support not only individuals who may wish to complain about a particular decision that was made in relation to them, but also other civil society actors who may have an interest in questioning the use of technology by agencies.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence.
In terms of the policy frameworks around ADM applied in state government, would you say that they're working in an adequate way, and or would you say there's a pressing need for legislative reform to set some principles around it?
Well, I'll start.
It's just a question generally.
It's a general question. Well, just in relation to access and transparency, I mean, the IPC's position is there is a need to start to address the aspects of access that are under that in relation to ADM or other forms of AI. So yes, we haven't advocated for specific AI legislation, or that obviously would be an option that this committee and the Parliament and the government will consider. But there is a need, as we point out in our submission, to address some of the anomalies that arise because of the way in which agencies are now, well, as the Ombudsman's report has shown, are routinely adopting ADM to assist them, and so in order to not undermine the access regime, which is so important in New South Wales, yes, we say that amendments may be necessary in a timely way, and that shouldn't prevent further amendments down the track. So it shouldn't be seen as we must get this entirely complete at the first set of amendments. There may be others that would need to come, and this is obviously an evolving space, and we may find that there are other use cases or situations that require either bespoke legislation, as I think the Ombudsman mentioned in his response earlier to Ms Boyd about particular enabling legislation might have its own special characteristics as it arises. But in relation to the privacy legislation and the access legislation in New South Wales, yes, some amendments sooner seem appropriate.
And just to supplement that, we did in our submission talk to this concept of privacy impact assessments as being not currently mandatory under New South Wales privacy law, but very relevant when personal information is being used as the data set that is driving the use of these technologies, to look at the risks, the harms and the mitigations that can be applied. And so in our submission we talked to this idea that perhaps PIA is becoming a more formal part of the process, coupled with engagement with the Privacy Commissioner around those assessments, may also work to supplement existing frameworks.
Yeah. Have you got any thoughts, Mr. Ombudsman, on that question?
Yes. I think there's a debate that, crudely put, is do we need legislation reform to deal with AI legislation? Do we need an AI Act like they have in the EU? Or do we do a more kind of bespoke or kind of gap analysis in existing privacy law, information access law, administrative law, decision-making law? I mean, that's a big policy question that, it's not really the job of an ombudsman to be a kind of policy maker. But I must say I'm a sceptic for some of the reasons that you've heard from others before this committee about we need an AI Act or what have you. But I do think that there are clearly gaps and anomalies in the existing legal frameworks, whether it's in the privacy legislation or under administrative law, whether it's common law or legislative, where those gaps need to be addressed. So what I would be looking to do is kind of a gap analysis in all of those areas, and saying these laws were written at a time when this technology wasn't available. Yes, they are, generally speaking, all of them principles-based legislation, but does that mean that they're going to work exactly how we want them to in respect of AI/ADM? And algorithmic bias is a really good example of that, where I think the answer is maybe it will. I don't know how a court will look at the issue of algorithmic bias, but are we going to wait until there's some terrible example to make its way through the court to find an answer to that?
Yeah.
I think that there's definitely a call for reform in that area.
Just out of interest, are you aware of any court cases in superior courts where procedural fairness and AI has been the subject of a ground of review or something like that?
I'm not, but can I take it on notice?
Sure, thank you. Thanks,
Dr. Kane.
Yeah, a general question. Thank you very much for your submissions and your evidence. So looking at and the most recent report as well that came on Friday, so looking at all of this and looking at what your current roles are, and you've outlined that, how are your organisations respectively equipped for the changes that will be wrought on you by AI, both for the organisations that you regulate to some degree and for your own organisation? How are you facing how are you dealing with what we're all facing, which is that ever-changing and evolving AI environment?
Do you want me to start? I mean, there are a few things. There are a few things there. The first is to recognise that we are an agency as well, and that there are obvious benefits that are possible with this new technology, and that we, as I heard the ICAC speaking about earlier, we should be considering the potential of the technologies in our own organisations. We've adopted a policy on generative AI use in our office, which is quite conservative, I would say.
Yes.
quite conservative. So there's that kind of, and the other thing is, you know, we at the Ombudsman's Office are we have a very voluminous frontline service offering. So there's a lot of potential for AI in terms of better customer service and better customer experience in terms of tracking complaints, redirecting complaints, etc. So there's that to start with. But in terms of our oversight function, two comments on that. The first one is about internal capability. So we can, if maladministration has occurred, whether it's occurred because a human has done the wrong thing or because it's still a human doing the wrong thing, but a human has done the wrong thing by implementing this machine, the challenges of understanding, getting a basic understanding of the machine, how it works in the system, is something that we are increasingly going to have to grapple with. The one investigation that we have undertaken in relation to ADM, which is the Revenue New South Wales one, the way we dealt with that was that we essentially worked very collaboratively actually with Revenue New South Wales to get them to describe in language that we could understand how the system worked. And that is not a complicated system at all. So there will, I think, be a significant capability challenge for us. And related to that is the recognition that where we do investigate maladministration in respect of ADMs, it's quite likely, at least initially, that we're going to be coming to the party a bit later than we otherwise would, for all of the reasons that I discussed with Ms. Boyd. And so the need to be able to investigate quickly, because the systems are already operating, they're operating at speed, they're operating at scale. If they're doing harm, they're doing significant harm right now. So the need to be able to investigate perhaps more quickly. And the last point I will make in terms of investigation is that it would be, how can I put it, easier. It would be easier as an oversight body if there were clear standards, and the AI Assurance Framework is a step in that direction, if there were clear standards that agencies were required to comply with. So, for example, if there was a clear requirement that before any system was rolled out on the New South Wales public, it had to be independently subject to an algorithmic bias test. My job would be easier because if I get complaints, the first thing I can do is say, was it subject to that test? And if it wasn't subject to that test, well, that's maladministration, which is a much easier investigatory job than having to go, well, is it actually infected by algorithmic bias or not? So I look forward to the day when there are much more comprehensive and rigorous standards applied, because that essentially is what I'll be oversighting rather than the substance of the system.
Thank you.
Sure. From a privacy perspective, it is, I think, as the Ombudsman's just indicated, it's an ongoing learning journey. I think we've done a lot of work in providing advice on a range of technologies as part of the Digital Restart Fund, and that has enabled us to understand the types of technology by virtue of the type of materials that are presented as part of those projects and the business cases. But alongside of that, the undertaking of those privacy impact assessments, which really map out what the information holdings are, what personal information is in question, where it's flowing, who's got access, allow us to actually apply that lens from a privacy perspective to what is being occurring and intersecting with the technology. But equally, as the Ombudsman said, it sometimes takes engagement with agencies who are the technical experts to really communicate how the technology is in plain English, if I might put it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
You're okay over there? Happy up, Ms. Boyd? Well, thank you very much. It looks like we don't have any more questions, but thank you very much for your answers given today. Very, very useful. And for the submissions you've made. There may be some more questions once we've read, especially that report more comprehensively, that we will get to you via the Secretariat on notice. But again, thank you for the work you do. Thank you for the submissions, and thank you for taking the time to appear today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to our new witnesses. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee number 1 inquiry and hearings into artificial intelligence. Before we kick off, I will have to get all of you to state your name, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. And we'll start with you, Miss Christie, to my left.
Thank you. My name's Laura Christie. I'm Deputy Secretary, Digital New South Wales, Government Chief Information and Digital Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Rowlink.
Good afternoon. My name's Daniel Rowlink. I'm the Director for Enterprise Architecture at the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Mr. Graham?
My name's Martin Graham. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing at the New South Wales Department of Education. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ho?
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Ho. I'm the Director of Investment and Assurance in the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Bolovic?
Good afternoon. My name is Zoran Bolovic. I'm the Chief Executive of eHealth New South Wales and Chief Information Officer for New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Professor Levesque.
Hi, my name is Jean-Frédéric Levesque. I'm Deputy Secretary for Clinical Innovation and Research in New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do any of you have any introductory remarks or presentations you want to make before we start with questions? Yes, Ms. Christie.
Yeah, I have a short statement if you're happy for me to read it.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us here today. My name is Laura Christie, and as I said, I'm Deputy Secretary of Digital New South Wales. AI is a transformative technology that uses and learns from data to make predictions that can solve complex problems and inform decision making. The New South Wales Government is taking a risk-based approach to support our teams and businesses in using data and technology ethically and responsibly to inform this decision making. The key component of the New South Wales Government approach to AI is to build public trust that AI technologies are being used and developed ethically and responsibly and with a clear focus on community outcomes. My role in the Department of Customer Service involves all of government digital strategy, investment and assurance, as well as ICT and digital sourcing, amongst other responsibilities. And in late 2023, the responsibility for the Artificial Intelligence Program, Policy and Governance work was transferred to Digital New South Wales from another division within the Department of Customer Service. We are leading a program of work to respond to the increased demand for AI and other emerging technology, including the need for all of government oversight of the increased risks associated with this technology. And this program of work was considered by the Secretary's Board in June 2023. DCS has observed significant growth of investment in and organic adoption of AI solutions across New South Wales Government. Leveraging these technologies presents opportunities to drive innovation in service delivery, productivity, streamlining processes and delivering more personalised government services. While this new wave of technology has many benefits, AI systems have risks and can have unintentional negative impacts if left without safeguards. Risks include the potential for AI systems to perpetuate biases, spread misinformation, privacy breaches, as well as legal and ethical risks when used in significant decision-making processes that lack human oversight. Advances in generative AI will provide further opportunities and risk. To maintain leadership in this space, the New South Wales Government is committed to the values of transparency, community benefit, fairness, privacy, security and accountability, and have enshrined these in an AI ethics policy. We are the first Australian jurisdiction to develop and implement a holistic and ethical approach to use of AI in the public sector. The New South Wales AI Assurance Framework came into effect in March 2022 and exists alongside the New South Wales AI Strategy and AI Ethics Policy as a key component of the New South Wales Government approach to AI. This integrated AI policy ecosystem supports public accountability over the use of AI and we hope helps to reduce public concerns over unintended misuse. The AIAF, the AI Assurance Framework, provides an umbrella framework promoting consistent AI risk management by all agencies. The AI Assurance Framework is in the process of being updated to integrate the elevated risks associated with generative AI and to integrate into the overall ICT assurance framework that is administered in my team and applies to projects over $5 million and all projects funded via the Digital Restart Fund. This means we can factor in AI risks into the decision-making matrices of project assessments and investment decisions made by government and ensure that these risks are being treated in a cohesive way. It is anticipated that the updated AI Assurance Framework will be released in late 2024. We are also working on a guideline to support that AI Assurance Framework to make it easier for agencies to adopt the self-assessment framework into their governance, risk and compliance frameworks. And both will be available, as I said, in coming months. In addition to this framework, Digital New South Wales has released several public AI guidance notes on topics including end-user guidance, simple terms and definitions of AI, cybersecurity and basic prompt guidance. We are also developing procurement guidance for New South Wales agencies considering the procurement of generative AI in one or more of its various forms, which will be available by mid-2024. New South Wales has also been co-leading the development of the national framework for AI assurance with the Commonwealth and will continue to contribute to its development by exploring how elements of the New South Wales AI assurance framework can be utilised while ensuring alignment with the diverse needs of all jurisdictions. New South Wales collaborates significantly with its interjurisdictional state and territory colleagues on progressing this vital body of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Christie. Is there some introductory remarks from the Department of Education or Health? No? Okay, fine. We'll now turn to questions. Some questions from Ms Munro.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and for the submission and for all the work that you do in this space. It's really important. I'm wondering about the leadership of this kind of policy development now that we don't have, for example, a chief data scientist and the committee that was built around a range of experts from industry. Who is taking on that role now? How is guidance provided?
So that work is being absorbed within the department, to Digital New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
The committee, we're in the process of reappointing the committee. We've reviewed its membership as is kind of appropriate every 2 years or so, and we're in the process of reviewing that committee, and we will remain, the committee will remain. As I introduced in my introductory statement, we're in the process of embedding the AI assurance framework into our overall ICT assurance. So it's not treated as a separate issue to be considered. It's part of the overall assessment of ICT and digital investment, which we think will really make sure that it's embedded in the ecosystem of government. So that's how that work's being taken forward.
The Ombudsman raised concerns that the framework wasn't necessarily embedded very well at this point. And I'm wondering if the work that you're doing is in direct response to understanding that that has been the case and how you found that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we are working to embed the assurance framework because we wanted to make sure and be confident that it was being considered and used well by agencies. We think of the assurance team that runs this overall assurance of all programs over 5 million and all projects funded by the DRF as the front door to assurance, and so we thought it made sense to combine those two doors, come in, register your project under ICT assurance and consider those AI risks as well. So yeah, absolutely, that's gone into our thinking.
Does that mean that you need a bigger team to conduct that kind of work? I mean, it sounds like a pretty huge job.
We are resourced pretty well for assurance at the moment, but absolutely we are considering our resourcing arrangements within the Department of Customer Service, and we'll be making an assessment as we understand the volume of work that comes in once we've gotten that approval to embed the AI assurance framework into the overall ICT assurance framework.
Okay. And are you aware of, I mean, obviously I'm sure you're aware of the Ombudsman report. They've got this compendium of all the different types of ADM technology that's being used. Are these technology tools being developed within departments, or are they being sourced from external providers at this point?
I can't talk about the specifics of every department. The role of Digital New South Wales is to support agencies in their use of technology. We provide the assurance service, we drive digital investment and strategy, we administer the Digital Restart Fund, but absolutely I'm sure there'd be a mix of both. And
perhaps that's a question for other members of the committee or the
Everything we
panel?
do in AI is under the New South Wales Government Assurance Framework, and we work very closely to make sure that we're lined up, because it's a rapidly emerging area, and we want to make sure that we're all under the same umbrella.
But they're not developed in-house. They're sourced externally and then made to work appropriately. I mean, I'm not saying like that's a bad thing necessarily. I'm just curious to understand how those technologies are being adopted.
Maybe when we get into education, I can kind of explain that, kind of how that works.
Yeah, sure.
Just a quick response. In health's case, we have examples of both.
Okay.
We have examples of commercially based products that have been acquired and are going through a process of systematic adoption. Again, through the use of the framework, as well as other additional considerations that we have in healthcare, which we might touch on later. There is a structured process of adopting those third-party technologies into our environment. But there are also examples of original work, either through research projects arising within our health system. We have a significant research output that Professor Levesque might want to talk about later. But also just digital innovation that's occurring in New South Wales Health. So we have examples of some homegrown early AI initiatives, let's call it that.
And are you sharing those between departments at this time, or do you think that the use cases are generally so specific that there's not much value in other departments having an understanding of where other departments are?
I think there's a really great value. One of the valuable parts of this process that has been brought together was looking how New South Wales Health are planning to even just log the use cases. And so certainly that's something education will be looking at. And at the moment, there's not a lot of overlap because we're fairly specific in what we're doing. But as this grows, there'll definitely be areas which, very similar. It might be in the admin workload reduction, which I know we're all kind of passionate about trying to do. So, so certainly we'll, and having a kind of central a point across government that helps draw us together is really helpful for that.
Okay, and I think Professor Levesque.
Yes, and in the space of research and innovation, there's obviously a lot of collaboration already with industry and trade, and that includes a lot of advances using artificial intelligence for clinical trials or in biotech manufacturing, and we're sharing not just the actual outcomes, we're collaborating in developing a lot of those solutions.
And just finally, we've heard a little bit about regulatory sandboxing, or at least the opportunity to essentially run experiments on different technologies so that they can be proven before released on a mass scale. Do any of you have examples of having done that, and could you please elaborate?
So certainly I think New South Wales EduChat would fit that criteria. So for education, so we fit under the government's total AI assurance framework, but then we also have, I think you've heard about it this morning, the National Australian Framework for Generative AI in Schools, which is something that certainly New South Wales Minister took a lead on. And what that does is it kind of makes it a bit more specific around education, so those privacy issues, ethical issues, really the use of AI as a tool for teachers. But then, so our own product is New South Wales EduChat, and we're currently trialling that in 16 schools. But it's a very, it's a solution that you can see is really designed to address those kind of issues in the framework. So it might be helpful if I just went through the kind of key features of it, because I think it's kind of the best way of understanding how it addresses all those risks. So the first thing is the data's maintained in our systems. So it provides, as you were talking about, that kind of sandbox or the kind of walled garden environment, so that the users don't have to all be constantly monitoring what they're doing, because we've provided that safe environment for them. It also makes sure that it gives teachers answers that are suited to their role and to the fact that they're in New South Wales. So it's got what's known as a system prompt, so they don't have to go through each time and type in, I'm a New South Wales public school teacher, you know, this is my context. You know, it looks at, you know, the New South Wales syllabus and so on first, so it's not kind of drawing on international examples, which we've probably all had experience of. It's got what's called an orchestrator, which is probably one of the most useful parts of it, which means that when someone types in questions, something they want to work on, it will decide which of the AI models will be the most effective for it. So you'll be aware that, you know, some do maths better than others, some do different tasks, so it'll actually direct whether it's a teacher or a student to that particular model, so it'll be able to get a more accurate answer. It's got what I delightfully describe as constitutional alignment. So it actually goes and checks answers against the department's values. So it actually has this kind of much deeper look. It also has, you know, for students, you know, jailbreak prevention, so that they can't, you know, give a teenager something and they're going to try and break it or make it do something you don't want it to do. So it's got that built in, you know, profanity filtering. So it's not going to swear. You're not going to be able to swear. It's not going to swear at you. And most importantly for us, really trialling, you know, when you type in, write me an essay on Hamlet, it's not going to write you an essay on Hamlet. It's going to ask you, well, what do you know about the book? What can you tell me about the characters? And it kind of takes you through that process as well. So that's something we've got rolling out in 16 schools at the moment to really learn. But that's kind of, it meets all of the New South Wales assurance framework, it meets all of the national requirements, and it gives us a chance for students and teachers to go and play with that in that safe environment.
I'm happy to yield, even though I have many questions. I'm sure everyone does.
Dr. Kane?
Thank you all for appearing and for the submission. We've heard a lot today about, and a lot of what we're talking about is about regulation. We've heard a lot about different, although there seems to be a bit of a consensus around law reform. I just wondered, Ms. Christie, and maybe Mr. Rowling, at the sort of operational end, your thoughts. I don't know if you had a chance to hear any of what's come before. I'm sure you're well aware of the approaches. I just wanted to get your thoughts on regulation, what you feel is appropriate or where the boundaries should be, and the different approaches.
Yes, thank you. So absolutely, I think there's an opportunity for New South Wales Government in this space. Very conscious that the Commonwealth is currently considering legislative change around AI, but that doesn't foreshadow New South Wales also considering changes in the New South Wales legislative and regulatory environment. My team is currently considering some work by the James Martin Institute that they released last year that really talked to what a subnational regulatory framework and looks like for AI, and where that's under consideration, but also very conscious that we need to, if not be led by the Commonwealth, be consistent with the Commonwealth and the direction that they're heading, and understand where they're heading in the first instance as well.
Because I note, and you talk about in your submission, the ethics principles underpinning the current policy.
Yeah.
And my concern is not that there's ethics principles, which is obviously a good thing, but without any enforcement or any body that's checking whether that's being applied, isn't there a danger that that's just a nice set of principles that doesn't actually impact on how this operates in practice?
Yeah, sure. I think from the centre of government perspective, and we've sort of lived this experience in cybersecurity as well, we've certainly made a conscious decision that our role is to support agencies in their use of AI rather than kind of mark the homework. We want to help them do their homework well, is kind of an analogy.
But is there anyone marking the homework?
The Auditor General absolutely would be. And, the responsibilities for the use of AI ultimately rest with the agencies as business owners, the CIOs, the CISOs, and ultimately the business owners who are using AI in their own business. Our role from the centre is to support them the best way that they can do that. And, we've released a number of guidelines to support public servants in the use of generative AI. We're updating the AI assurance for the risks of generative AI as 2 examples of that. We do think also the more prevalent use and understanding of that AI assurance framework will lift capabilities. But I think that's not to say that if we saw significant harms or, examples where the assurance framework had not been used and we were getting, problems as a result, that we wouldn't consider, a more significant intervention in that space.
I have a question. The thresholds and boundaries for the assurance framework, and the updated one is 5 million of investment or any funding under digital restart.
Yeah.
Why is that the parameter? And does that capture, does the assurance capture local government? So investments in local government, because we've heard that it's being adopted by decision makers and at the local government level.
Yeah.
So could you respond to that?
Yeah, sorry, and I probably should clarify. So the AI assurance framework was mandated itself. The AI assurance was mandated via circular. I think it was in May 2022. March. Thank you. March 2022. So that applies to all New South Wales government agencies. I couldn't talk to whether councils are using the AI assurance framework, but I would. It is publicly available, so they could choose to consider the issues that is raised as part of that. What I'm talking about is our intention to, with the 5 million, is to embed that AI assurance framework in our overall assurance of ICT projects, which my team administers on behalf of Treasury. It's the gateway process for ICT investment. So that threshold's set at 5 million because it's kind of the appropriate level of, kicking off an assurance, having the scrutiny on a project at that $5 million level, and anything funded via the DRF, because we think there's, as I understand it, the scrutiny is needed on those projects as well from an assurance perspective. But we're embedding the AI assurance framework because we want to make sure that all ICT investment is captured as a result.
I'll just add to that. So the assurance framework also is to be applied across anything that's below $5 million or an operational system. And if there's a residual risk that can't be mitigated that is above median with the current framework, then they're recommended to attend the AI review committee, which has the experts. And the latest version of that has a higher threshold, but there's additional controls that are put in place in the new version to mitigate risk, particularly around generative AI.
So
and what are the new risks in particular around the generative AI? What are the top, 3 or 4 risks as you see them?
Yeah, they're fundamentally the same risks that relate to the ethical principles within the ethics policy that's been mandated for reference and use by New South Wales agencies. The lower level detailed risk is really around the ability to be able to explain and have the decisions or the output from using that generative AI model. So it's really a focus around assessing the risk of using that technology when you're unable to explain the basis in which the output is being generated through the algorithms and models, noting that those models are trained on billions of parameters and it's impossible to be able to describe and explain why you might be getting a certain outcome and output. The guideline, with our guidelines we've released around end user generative AI use. We also do advise that agencies really consider the implications of using generative AI platforms. So there's some of the guidelines that were referenced in the opening statement, in which we're, again, advising from the centre around being careful around how you might be using this type of technology when you're unable to explain or prove where the data's been trained on through those large language models.
Thank you. Mr. Ra.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. I'll just do.
Boyd.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick ones, and I'll pass back to Mr. Rath. Just interested if there's been any examples of uses of AI or ADR that have been turned down by the government for sort of not meeting tests of being ethical enough.
I recently inherited the AI Ethical Assurance Framework, so I can't talk to the specifics of what the AI committee considered. Jessica, I don't know if you have any answer to that. But I would also say that it's a self-assessment tool as well, so agencies can self-assess their projects according to the framework. So there absolutely, I'm sure, has been examples where people have felt that the risks might not have outweigh the benefits and have considered that it might not be the most appropriate use of the technology.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just give a bit of a generic what type of risk that we actually see those projects coming up with. And the type of risks that we've identified with those projects coming up to the AI review committees are in form of data quality, data security, legislation adherence, use of personal information in the solution, right of data, and alternative pathway if the AI solution did not work. So those are some of the type of risks we have identified with those projects that's being reviewed by the AI review committee in general.
So back to the self-assessment. So the self-assessment is by the agency who's proposing to use it?
Yes.
Is that something that is standard? I know that I'm just thinking about the Auditor General recently looking at cybersecurity, and that was all done on agency self-assessment and it was found to be not particularly robust. Is there a reason why that's the case?
Ultimately, the risk sits with the owners, the CIOs and the CISOs, and the business owners who are using the technology. That the assurance framework has been set up to help them navigate those risks. If you were to, for example, centrally say you must come through this assurance framework that we will assess at the centre, the prevalence of use cases of AI across the New South Wales public sector would be a considerable bottleneck from the centre, and it also would probably not support capability uplift about the use of these technologies in one's own business. So it's
Okay, so that example I've been giving today, because it did disturb me when I asked the police officials about this during estimates. There was a particular facial recognition technology and an ADM that was using a particular technology that was, shown to have some racial bias in it in US examples. When I asked about it, they said that they hadn't done any bias testing. So for the use of that, would that have just gone through a sort of self-assessment process where the police decided that they were going to use that, and they ticked it off themselves as being not risky?
As you work through the assurance framework, and we'd be happy to kind of table it for your consideration. So it is mandated by a government circular, as I talked about. So agencies are required to assess their use of AI against the framework. And then there are triggers that push a project into medium or high risk that then goes to the AI review committee for consideration. I can't talk to the specifics of that example.
Are they subjective factors? Are they things that the agency themselves have to look at and say, yeah, this probably pushes it up into the category where it needs to be looked at, or is it? I
wouldn't say it's subjective. I would say it's against an objective framework, but yes, agencies are making those assessments themselves.
Because one of the things we found in the consultants' inquiry, which was causing a lot of issues, is this reliance on agency self-assessment. And it's all good and well to have rules, and it's all good and well to have somebody saying that they're complying with the rules, but whether or not they're complying with them is a completely different story. Who's checking?
So I would say to the earlier point about us integrating the AI assurance framework into our overall ICT assurance framework, that's going to give us a much better view into the use of AI in ICT investments and a much more transparent approach into seeing where agencies are using the AI and making sure that the framework is being utilised and applied.
So with something like that, and with the STMP, where people have been raising concerns around privacy and over-policing and a bunch of other things, now that those things are in play, what happens if further concerns are raised? Is there, where's the machinery of government? Who then can look and say, well, maybe that's a problem? Is there, or do we have to rely on the agency to sort of
I'm
take
not sure
another
about the specific, the STMP. That
the suspect target management
Okay, yeah.
plan, which I've just seen today because it was in the Ombudsman's report that was tabled on Friday, saying actually that's got this complicated AI sitting behind it that generates a list of anticipated targets. Now, that is a program that has faced a lot of scrutiny from, for sort of overly targeting vulnerable people, including First Nations people and people with disability. If we now looking at that and going, well, hang on, we've got this better appreciation now of AI, we go and have a look at that again. Who's going to do that bit of work, or are we relying on it to be uncovered and put in the media before we get someone to sort of revisit that?
I would say that the role of Digital New South Wales is not as a regulator. We support whole of government policy and capability uplift from the centre. There's a number of other ways that issues like that would be, drawn out before it hits the media, to your point. But that's not the role of Digital New South Wales.
So to conclude on that then, so there's no one within the government that checks
on the application of the framework, of the AI ethical assurance framework.
Yeah, that checks that and also looks back and goes, well, that probably shouldn't have been let through, or, who's, like, these technologies can have enormous benefits, but they can also have enormous risks, particularly to the public. So we may not have understood when we first put them in place, but now that we've got a better understanding, where in government sits the responsibility to then check and look and readdress those risks.
Yeah, I would say that there's a role for the audit and risk committees of each of the individual agencies, and a role for the Auditor General in this space.
Can I just say also that in a sector like health, we do have a lot of clinical governance processes in place that constantly review medical devices that may have algorithms based on artificial intelligence. They're evaluated. We maintain a living evidence review because it's a field that's emerging very quickly. And we've got a new technology assessment unit that also revises those things. So it's embedded into the clinical governance, obviously, because any intervention that changes the way care is delivered is appropriately evaluated and has to be from a safety and quality perspective.
So it depends on the department.
Just want to say that from a health perspective, we do have processes in place for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Rath.
Thank you for everything so far. I wanted to move probably from the risk side of things more to the positive side of things. I was wondering if of each of the departments could give some good examples of how AI technology is already being used for government service delivery. Or some potential, some potential great examples that you're working on in the future
We're
as
only
well.
a few weeks into the New South Wales EduChat trial, but I had the privilege of talking to Tim Lloyd, who's the principal of Plumpton High School, one of the schools on the trial. A very active school. He's got a very engaged senior executive, and he's actually been trialling it across each of the key learning areas. Teachers have been using it, students have been using it, and one thing they are finding already is just a number of ways in which it helps, but it's kind of quite context specific. So one of the really low value things teachers do is just every day giving kids instructions and things. And one of the little examples that popped up was languages teacher had to tell all the kids with all their different types of computers how to change their keyboard to simplified Chinese. One of those things that kind of, it's just real irritation for teachers. They thought, I'll use this new tool I've been given. Typed it in, look, can you give kids the instructions for how to do this? Came up with a very simple set of instructions up on the interactive whiteboard, and kids managed to do it in a very short period of time. So some really we're really interested in some of the low value stuff. So the kind of equivalent of primary school teachers cutting things out and spending all weekend pacing it in. That's all now kind of the equivalent electronic. Being able to do that really frees up teachers. They've got often got a bachelor's degree and a 2-year master's degree, and we've got them cutting things out. It means they can apply their mind to that high level work, because we want it to be a really teacher directed tool. It really kind of amplifies what they can do in the classroom rather than replacing them. So those kinds of things. Different staff rooms have been doing different things with it. They're kind of using it jointly to undertake, helping them with their, preparing materials for classes. So Tim was also talking about the amount of time it saved him. If he wants to teach a class on, an engineering topic, it can actually help him get those materials together. But in a way that, one of the key assurance frameworks is that, humans are always in charge. So you're always responsible for the output of the model. So it's enabling them to be able to kind of exercise that. But it's early days, but one of the key things we're doing is getting it out there amongst teachers and students to be able to see what they come up with in this safe environment.
Just further to that, Mr. Graham, the committee visited the UNSW's facility and looked at their quantum computing, and they have an amazing VR classroom facility there. Within that, students, and these are high-end engineering students, were able to access a virtual robotics machine, robotics equipment, that if in real life they would cost the machine, the robot that they wanted to use, cost $1 million or thereabouts, and they would get access to it once a year. But because they had simulated it in virtual reality, the students could use it all the time. Does the department have any plans to do a similar thing? Not virtual teachers, but accessed especially to like virtual classrooms, virtual materials.
I think it's an example of how AI is just expanding so quickly across every field that we'll be tapping into it. Eventually, it's something that will be ubiquitous, and we'll be able to take advantage of it. We're not currently, spending a large amount of money like UNSW might be on developing that kind of technology, but we're certainly interested in adapting and adopting it when it's available. We're a large education system, but compared to the rest of the world, we've probably got a relatively modest research budget in that regard. But certainly, particularly for rural and remote kids, already they are the number one beneficiary of the ability we have as a system to be able to provide classes across distance. I think since COVID, it's got a bit more sophisticated, and we've been able to, culturally, kids understand it. We've got the tools and technology to do it. So we certainly see AI is going to be part of this technology. It's going to be part of every bit of technology. And if it can help us with those things, we'll certainly be doing it.
Thank you. Mr. Rath, apologies.
No, you go, Jackie.
Just quickly extending that, how are you finding the places that AI can help? Like, what's the ground level frontline?
The trial is certainly part of that, because it's moving so quickly. I think very rightly as a system we're making sure that it's all safe and dealing with all those things. But we're not going to be able to find all the use cases. Teachers are out there; they're the professionals on the ground. They understand their content. They're excited by it. We've got like this huge kind of groundswell of enthusiasm, so we're keeping it safe whilst we learn from them. And that's what we're doing. We're not doing a 3-year program, it's term 1 and 2, and we're going to rapidly look at our experience from that, the data that comes in, and the kind of richness of their experience as well.
Nice. Ms. Christie.
I would add, just to that, the Digital Restart Fund has recently released a series of priorities that and called for projects to fund, and one of those priority areas is AI to support frontline systems to reduce administration on frontline workers specifically. So that's currently being considered.
And so other departments are speaking to staff and asking for ideas about how we can help make your lives easier, more efficient.
Yes, so just speaking now from health perspective, like many organizations, we've started our journey, if you want, in the back office of health, looking at how we can improve productivity and cost efficiency of things like ordering, procurement, supply chain management, those kinds of things. Then move to areas where we can reduce administrative burden for our busy frontline clinicians. Very good example of that are dictation systems that use natural language processing. So these days, our radiologists right around the state use that kind of technology to dictate their reports. That saves a lot of time and cost. And then the natural progression from that is focus on safety improving technologies. Health is a very safety conscious industry. We are constantly striving to avoid and reduce avoidable patient harm. So a good example of that is a trial we've got of the use of AI to support early detection of sepsis, which is a life-threatening condition.
I did hear about this
in
trial, actually.
hospitals,
Yeah.
And then a bit of a combination of both productivity and quality. A couple of really good projects, one led by our colleagues in the Cancer Institute, New South Wales. They are currently working through a process of trialing some deep learning technology that will help them with interpretation of mammograms for their breast screening program, because the demand for that type of service and then the radiologists who can support them is ever increasing. So they're looking at technology as an aid in managing that workload. Or an example of one of our districts that is using also image recognition technology to support the wound care management, including in the community. So starting with the productivity, moving into safety and quality, and increasingly moving into those more clinically orientated applications. And how we find them, I think Jean-Frédéric can probably answer that question, as we've just formed an AI task force to help us do that.
Yes, and in addition to what Dr. Bolovic has just said, we also are proactive in working with academic institutions to explore new AI applications that will help to accelerate research in drug discovery, for example. We've supported programs in finding new markers of diseases, so both in terms of new diagnostics as well as new ways to treat patients. We're proactively funding and partnering with academic institutions in integrating AI, and also in the data and analytics space, where we know we can free up analyst time by having machine learning applied to actual data assets. And I'll say that the last aspect is in the space of laboratory medicine, where our organization, New South Wales Pathology, for example, is actively seeking, using AI as ways to improve diagnostic testing accuracy, but also processes and management of, samples and the way we analyze them. So we've got a few different areas where we systematically, review the literature so that we capture what's happening internationally and embed or explore those AI-based technologies that are demonstrating effectiveness in studies. And we also work proactively with our own, expertise within New South Wales, because we do have quite strong teams that can embed AI in many aspects of research and innovation as well.
Just on that, the state government is a massive repository and all its agencies of data. So when you're working with a research institution on like an area in health with all the privacy concerns, how do you make sure that that data is handled with mindful of those privacy concerns and kept as a discrete packet of information or data, and not ingested into another model somewhere else? Because how does health manage that? Do they have a framework for managing these?
Yeah, it's exactly like for any other conduct of research or any conduct of using of data for the purpose of managing the healthcare system. So the same rules apply. We don't allow data to be sent abroad as part of any packages. We increasingly use also what we call secure interfaces that enables people to analyze data without extracting the data. And that really prevents concentration of data in systems that we wouldn't be able to control afterwards. So the same data governance processes apply regardless of the fact if it's standard analytic methods or AI-based analytic methods that are used. And we're actually looking into this through our AI task force that Dr. Bolevich and myself are co-chairing. So we've got a specific group that is looking at the data governance policies, and we're going to make sure that we update them as AI technologies emerge and enable more capabilities, so that our policy is always following those developments.
Very good. Dr. Kay.
Associate Professor Levesque, if I can ask a couple of follow-up questions. You seem to mention that this AI group, but there was also a couple of answers ago, mention of you setting up a technology assessment unit. They're two distinct things?
Yeah, that technology assessment unit is an ongoing unit that has been there for many years within New South Wales. They have a specific role with regard to this, especially when medical devices or other technologies that we want to introduce into health would have an AI component into it, and from that perspective they would evaluate and assess that. They're not in charge of evaluating all of the AI digital platforms. Zoran has got a team and a process that does that, but when AI is integrated into another therapeutic technology, the new technology assessment unit has a role to play.
Okay, so it's for the therapeutic technologies rather than overall?
Yes.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kane. Any other questions, colleagues? No?
No.
Well, thank you very much for all your work, for coming and making the time today to give evidence. It's very, very much appreciated and very useful. There may be some follow-up questions, and if there are, the Secretariat will be in contact in due course to provide those to you. So once again, thank you all for the work you're doing and for coming along today to provide such useful evidence. The committee and myself really appreciate it. And all the best with all your endeavours.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks for all your work.